All right.
And yep, we're starting. So hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we have a new Terminator thingy because the last four is not enough.
You know how well new Terminator things go.
Not at all.
uh, it's
Eh,
a shame because the first episode I felt like it was on an all right track. I guess
yeah,
before you know any of the information that, and
it's
then the rest of the show happened.
yeah. I mean, even the first episode, they were like, "Oh fuck." It's okay. That has a lot of implications. But oh well.
Yeah. It was definitely one of the shows of all time. Probably the worst anime I've seen this year. And that
Oh
includes
yeah,
like
that's
trash isekai.
oof. I mean, how does it compare to Sword Art Online?
Oh, that is actually relevant because I've had to rewatch it for a project I'm doing. Uh, mm, I feel like the construction of it, as far as like for example dialogue, is better, but I think the actual problems with the plot and characters and world building is worse.
Oh fuck yeah. So for a bit of context, if you guys don't know, this show is canon to six movies.
Yep,
Okay,
it's canon to. They say it's canon to all six of the movies.
yeah,
I
that's
don't know how they thought that could happen.
yeah. So here's the thing. If you've seen all the Terminator movies, I haven't seen like two of them. Not the first two. The like Rise of the Machine and what's the other one? Oh, Salvation. Yeah, so here's the thing. Even if you just go by the statements and not ignore the show, do you know the Terminator Genesis is not canon to Rise of the Machine and Salvation?
Doesn't Dark Fate literally start with them decanonizing everything after T2?
Yeah. Same
So I
same
don't
as
know how that
yeah,
works.
yeah, same as what's it called? Same as Genesis. It ignores like everything.
Yeah. Well, Genesis basically makes everything non-canon because the entire like plot line is disrupted before the movie even starts.
Yeah, it's so weird because Genesis starts with like Matt Smith just kidnapping John Connor, and they're like, "Low, you didn't actually win the war." It's like
Yeah,
absolutely insane.
this movie that's the thing, or this show rather. That's the thing because I know you and I were talking a lot as we were watching it about like, oh well, this doesn't work if it's in the main canon and that doesn't. And then I think we just came to the conclusion: no, none of it has. It has to be that it's entirely original and none of it is canon in
Yeah,
order to approach it. And even then, it doesn't work.
not even T1 and T2, which is like wow. Those has to be non-canon or it to work.
Which, if we went into this with like, oh yeah, this is a reimagining and take of like the Terminator franchise, I think it would have been fine. But they said everything was canon.
Yeah, that's a problem. Oh yeah. By the way, for streamers, Red can't be available because he has something calls him last minute in his workplace. So yeah, it's just me and Rangi today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
nice to meet you, Rangi.
We totally have never talked before today. Ignore
Yeah.
Burger's streams.
Oh yeah, true. We talked about that before.
But yeah, yeah. So I guess uh, within my friend group that Unity's kind of a part of, I'm kind of the resident anime guy, and he knew I was watching the show. I assume that's why you invited me.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, and I believe the show was created by was
Matt,
Production IG and
yeah,
Blue Sky.
Yeah, they have animated companies for it.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Production IG. They're the ones who did Psychopaths, which, by the way, I can definitely see parallels in the animation. They are probably a good studio to do the animation of this, but looking at Blue Sky right now. I meant to look this up earlier, actually. Because I think they're if they're the I need to see if they're the company I think it is. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Fox Animation Studios. Oh, doesn't that make them a subsidiary of Disney now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that explains a lot. The mouse strikes again.
Yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, the Terminator franchise. This is animated by a Japanese studio, but it's not
Yep.
written by the Japanese studio.
Yeah, and it feels like that's the thing. It feels like I want to know how well that collaboration went because like I said, there's so many parts of this show that don't work together. So how do we want to do this? Are we going to go like issue by issue, episode by episode?
Yeah, let's do like if how do you want to do it? That's the thing.
I'm fine giving a brief kind of overview and then going episode by episode and really digging in if you are.
Sure.
All right. So the idea of this series is so the beginning at least premise seems to be really simple. The machines are sending back a Terminator, so the rebels send back their own person to stop whatever the machines are doing. It's revealed the plot is surrounding an AI called Kokoro.
Yep.
The animation is pretty good. Well, it's decent, you know. I didn't have any complaints about the animation itself. How about you?
It looks fine. I mean, it's not like arcane and stuff, and even other anime
Well,
looks better. Like, yeah.
yeah, there's definitely stuff that looks better than it, but it was decent. It didn't look like this looked like it had a budget. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, but to be fair, it's like even if you just give like a several $1,000s per episode, it still works as an animation.
Yeah. I didn't have any problem with the animation necessarily. I thought that it was weird that there wasn't a ton of music, and most of that is kind of just the re-edits of the Terminator theme.
Yeah, I don't think I can't find the person who's orchestrating the entire show, so that's the other thing.
Yeah, there's a few music tracks, but it's very scarce. I noticed that.
I mean, I found the people who make the music, but yeah, I don't know them, so.
Yeah, but it felt like it was barely used, and everything's. I don't think there's anything special because this is the thing. One of the big sellers for anime is usually the visuals and the music.
Yeah, but now it's like it's brand thing.
Yeah, This feels very. I thought that it could have been interesting. My thoughts are initially, I think I was more positive than you for the first like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
I was kind of looking for things to like about it, and I think were some scenes that worked. But then when we get to some of the reveals later on, it destroys kind of a lot of those better aspects.
Yeah, that's a thing because if you overlook that, it's like, oh, that could be good. I was like, ah, fuck, you broke it.
Yep, basically. Like a good example is the first scene where Malcolm is being attacked by the Terminator.
Yeah.
Episode 2, I thought that was a pretty cool, tense scene. Yeah, but then it's revealed, well, what the Terminator's actual goal is, and it no longer makes any sense.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. I do not understand how does that work anymore.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Did we decide Aiko is the only character that's not completely destroyed? Well, outside of the other two kids who didn't really have much.
yeah, maybe even that they have problems. A lot of them.
Yeah, there's definitely problems, but that's most of the problems are because the plot is shit.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh, the plot needs you to do this." I was like, "Ah, fuck."
Yeah, yeah, it's one of those things where the plot is retarded. And you kind of just have to assume it's hijacking her in order for not to damage her character. But yeah, Malcolm was terrible. What's her name? Misaki, the maid, nanny woman.
Yeah, Misaki.
Yeah, her episode 6 completely destroys her character. Also, there's other problems with her, especially with the reveals of that. Uh,
Yeah.
who else? Oh yeah, Kenta. Kenta's the last episode comes and just assassinates his character too.
I was like, okay, he seems compelling. I was like, ah, fuck. I mean, there are problems even before that, but it's like at the end, I was like, okay, there's no way he'll even do that.
The kids' characters are all very surface level and shallow. I think Reika kind of had the most time, but they don't do anything other than she misses her mother.
Even that, if you remember, that's a trauma that her mom died, and she wants to go to Cat City. I was like, okay, and they did nothing about it.
Actually, because I was rewatching a bit of it this today before the stream just to make sure on some things that I was trying to remember. Actually, there's a really annoying thing that it's almost a retcon within the show itself, based off what was said before. But I think we can cover that when we go episode by episode. Is there anything specific, I guess, that you want to bring up though?
Just know that you have to keep in mind for like six Terminator films. Yeah,
yeah.
so we're gonna have to break down every world-building problem it has. Well,
Oh Jesus.
yeah. So let's go right ahead. Okay. Okay. So the first scene. So it takes place in the future of 2022. Keep this in mind.
Yeah.
And so
And
the turn, yeah.
and I actually just rewatched. This is one of those things I had to rewatch because I was unsure what this base they were at was supposed to be, but then I came to the conclusion this wasn't actually this was a base that was attacked, and essentially the Terminator itself is the mission goal here.
Yeah, that's so they have to like get a machine. So they have to so if you go through the entire thing, they have to like stab a MP4 in him.
Yeah, and through into the eye. It looks to be that the team, when we open the scene, has all died except for our first character that's introduced, who is, as said, probably the best character in the show.
Maybe to be honest, this show, if you actually even think about it, this show has the characters are so thin at best. I mean,
well, yeah, that's the thing though, because the characters that weren't just full at destroyed, of those, most of them are bland, and Aiko probably gets the most, but then she's basically just dropped halfway through.
Yep. So since we're gonna talk about this, so if you remember, so the plan is to stab and get the information in teeth for the Terminator in 2022, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about Terminator Salvation. They captured Terminators in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, I just assume that they've probably captured or destroyed a Terminator by this point. They can't use because my understanding of the whole scene is the device they're doing essentially is giving them like a backdoor access into Skynet.
Yeah. So what they did now, it's like, oh, by the way,
They couldn't have
so
reactivated like a destroyed Terminator?
yeah, no. I mean, the thing is, they have to like stab it in their eyes. I was like, wait, what? You have a USB in your eyes? It's like what if, episode 9 where they have to like shoot an USB arrow into Ultron's eyes. Apparently there's a USB inside. I was like, why would you locate a USB in there?
Yeah, but that is the thing. I don't know if it was necessarily a USB or just the idea is that the device kind of connects to the core like processor or whatever of the Terminator, because we later see that the head does contain the CPU for the Terminators.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, so I assume it's like a thing where it needs as direct a connection as possible, but I feel like there's a lot of other ways you could set that up rather than go fight the killer robot in melee combat.
Oh yeah. And the thing is like, it's like what the fuck is like. And Eco's plan is literally just to bomb the bridge, bungee jump it, and then stab the information. I was like, dude, if you bomb the bridge with a Terminator inside, it will destroy it.
Yeah, I felt like that's the thing, because at first that's one of those scenes that falls apart once you know what's actually going on, because my interpretation was they had this device already originally, and the Terminator wasn't like the target. Like essentially she used the device to save herself in that time is what I originally thought, but no. I'm pretty sure the idea is that the mission goal is for her to connect that thing to the Terminator's eye. Yeah. And so yeah, this is kind of a now. I suppose maybe they don't need the Terminator intact.
Then if that's the case, you don't even need to kill this one. Just go around the battlefield and find one.
Yeah, yeah. You would assume they've destroyed one before at some point.
Yeah, even if they didn't, just like you think they will lay a battle trap for the Terminator instead of just like, okay, he's gotta go there, just shoot it.
Yeah. Well, the problem is we basically are catching the end of this whole encounter, so it's hard to really tell what happened if this was just a trap, if this was a like plan G on the list, That's honestly, that's one of my biggest structural problems with the beginning is we don't get nearly enough time with the future timeline with 2022. And so, especially because that could have been good characterization time for Aiko.
Oh yeah, they tried. It's so thin that I just like, oh fuck. No,
yeah, they gave her like 5 minutes in the future.
I mean, they could have developed more, like Kyle Reese in T1. I mean, they didn't spend a lot of time with him in the future, but they do a lot with him.
But I actually think that's one of the interesting things with having a show versus a movie, though, is because you have that extra time. They could have done a lot of like character work with her, like, and I felt like most of what we got was stuff we already had when it comes to like the future.
Yeah, and that's just the first scene, which already broke the entire franchise. Makes the characters makes no sense, and a lot of missed opportunities. And by the way, the Terminator keeps shooting Eco and with a Gatling gun, and none of it hits her.
Well, that's kind of just one of those anime stylization things. You kind of it's dumb, but and the Terminator should be using this highly effectively. But it's one of those things that just happens in a lot of anime. It's annoying, but it is what it is, because obviously the Terminator it's one of those things where I feel like you should have had her do something to maybe like her have to like do something to disable his weapon so that he can't. You don't have that problem.
Yeah, maybe they're just like maybe he couldn't just shoot her, so just like still have to fist fight her or something.
Or you could have even had it be that maybe the Terminator essentially wants. Oh, this is the last survivor. I need to capture them for intel on what the Resistance is doing.
Yeah, that's true. So that's they could do something like this, but oh well.
Yeah,
And that's just the first scene. Jesus.
Yeah. The first scene it's empty action. It's Aiko honestly does some dumb decisions there too, but I guess it makes sense with the idea that her goal requires her to connect this device to the Terminator.
It just her
because
it just requires
the one I'm thinking of is the hallway. She like stops rather than continues down the hallway and waits and shoots at him.
Yeah. Such a...
Yeah, but like I said, I guess it makes sense. It makes sense if she's trying to keep its attention and lure it into this ambush and thinks she can catch the thing. I guess it's just you could have done. There's a lot you could have done with this that was wasted.
Yeah, it's now they have to just have a lot of contrivances and just broke the franchise just to have this payoff. But oh well.
I mean, the franchise is broken in much more severe ways. If we have to stop and talk about every continuity error,
we're
gonna be going through every scene.
Oh yeah, true. And look at it's dog shit. End of my review.
Rack is correct. Yes, it is dog shit. But with me, I think usually like the details of like, oh well, how did this and that happen, and aren't as important as I care. I tend to go into these types of things caring more about the characters themselves, and I think that's why the like last 5 episodes of this 8-episode anime really annoyed me.
Yeah, I get it. But first scene, we gotta get a bit of character stuff next. So Malcolm has PTSD flashback where he sees a nuke, which is basically copying from Terminator 2. Yeah, fuck.
The first of many scenes aped from other Terminator movies.
Isn't it so cool? You just literally steal it from other properties. That's so much better than you.
I mean, I wouldn't have minded if this was like the main one where that they kind of aped as kind of like a thing like that. It would have been. I wouldn't have cared if it was like this one and then maybe a minor callback later on. But this show is very egregious with the key jangling.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possibly really horrible when it comes to just like, oh, remember this? It's like, yeah, I wish I was watching that again, but oh well. Yeah,
I did actually watch Terminator 1 after watching this show. So
yeah, same. It's like that is such a breath of fresh air. But that's the first scene.
But yeah, Malcolm is having a nightmare. Knowing his backstory, it's hard to say if it's a nightmare, if it's a. I mean, I guess it is because he never died from a nuke, but.
Yeah, I just say this is PTSD stuff from the future, but it is. So, and Malcolm went to his living room, and check out his son who built a. Okay, look at this device. It's pretty simple. You just have to have the thing just spin around and have the light just shine through it.
Yeah, it's like a nightlight sort of projector thing for the younger brother's room. I thought this was it's interesting because I think this was one of those character moments that I thought had potential actually between Malcolm and his son Kenta. Yeah, because you have them talking and him talking about how Kenta seems very interested in how things work, building things. You get the idea that this isn't abnormal for Kenta to do.
Yeah, true. It's
You
like
also get one of Malcolm's probably best lines where he talks about like, oh, well, why is it important we understand how things work?
yeah, that's nice. Okay, and that's the peak of Malcolm. Literally when he's not stuck
Yes.
in that stupid building.
This scene is probably the only time we get Malcolm as like a likable character.
Yeah, and other scenes was like, wow, what the fuck am I watching? And yeah, and by the way, it's believable that this kid can build like something that simple. For this machine, we gotta get to what the fuck can he do later? Yeah.
Well, like there's another thing though that's established through this, because we also did skip Misaki going to the housemaid going to the store and picking up what seems to be a Koneko, which seems to be a toy that is a robot cat.
Yeah.
That is also it's a minor thing, but I think there's also some things there, like how the store robot had trouble acknowledging or seeing Misaki, which, having rewatched it, I realized that's supposed to be a hint to something later on.
But no, I rewatched that. He doesn't really show any concerns on her face. It's like, oh yeah, here's a store manager. Okay, bye. Okay, but okay. So here's the thing. Why the fuck is there a robot working in a store in 1997?
Oh, the robot, the commercially available robots. I think that was the point where I was like, no, this can't be following any of the other timelines. This is just its own thing. At that point, that's kind of where I was like, no, we have the timeline for the tech level they were at when the bombs were off from Terminator 3.
Yeah, I mean that's delayed, so yeah. The timeline for that movie is like 10 years after Terminator 2, so it's like 90.
Yeah. So it's, what, 2007 rather than
no 2005.
Oh, 2005. Yeah. But yeah, commercially available. But this story has commercially available robots, even robot pets.
In 1997. Oh my god, how does the tech rise so quickly?
Not like a Tamagotchi, like an actual robot pet that's able to like understand and recognize people.
Yay, because when it comes to timelines, they literally just could not remember a single thing. In T2, they can't even build a robot in 1995. Okay, fair, but it's like, but they literally have to get a robot part in a building.
Well, the Koneko is also an annoying little thing because the only purpose of it is to get the kids out of the apartment and then for the Terminator to find them later.
It's so ridiculous, but yeah.
And then it's just completely dropped. It's not ever even talked about, I think.
Yeah. So that's the thing. And so next scene, it's basically just Malcolm is like, oh, I'm gonna do something. And
I'm going to work. They're portraying him as like a workaholic. He's supposed to be going to some kind of park with the kids. And there's the implication of the dead mother.
Yeah, and they were like, and the kids were like, you suck. I was like, and that is maybe a character flaw for him, and then you just realize, oh my god, he's trying to stop the world from burning. Of course he's gonna do that. That's not even a flaw.
Yeah. No, like he is in the right to be doing this, but it does come across as though he's the neglectful workaholic dad. And I didn't mind the idea of it that he is doing this, but especially once we get revealed he has knowledge of the future.
Yeah, and then they were like, oh yeah, he's completely in the right, and this is not even set up for anything.
Yeah, well, it's technically set up for where the kids start heading to, I guess.
True. And he was like, oh, we gotta stop judgment. It's like, because and then he was like, "Oh, I see this robot dog, that eco bot," and he was like, "Return it."
Yeah, I was gonna say this was actually another thing I thought was an interesting character idea, and this is when I realized he definitely had future knowledge because, yeah, his immediate response to a robot being in the house was, "No, get rid of it. I don't want we've talked about this. I don't want those in my house." And you get dialogue indicating he doesn't want anything with microchips or whatever near the house. Which that was kind of the part where. That's kind of actually that I think that's one of the other things that's hyper undermined by what we learn later
Oh
about
yeah,
him
absolutely.
and his motives.
And not just him, literally the fucking babysitter.
Oh
It's
yeah.
Like, oh yeah, so he's
I
like,
mean, with her, my problem with her stem. First of all, she shouldn't even be a functional person.
yeah. And the other thing is like, okay, but we gotta get to it. And then the other thing is like, you're not even afraid because your babysitter is literally living proof that you're fine with it. And the flashback literally confirms it. But oh well. It's, oh my god. Also, yeah, that's the first thing. So, yeah, and that's. So yeah, that's it. And then the kid and the other kid have some arguments like, "Oh, we don't want to follow that," and so we gotta keep the toy.
Yeah. So you do meet in the scene. You meet the three kids of Malcolm and the babysitter. The babysitter, you don't get that much. You get like I think you get. Yeah, she was concerned because of one of the kids' allergies. She got the pet because the kids had been talking, and you get the baseline of the characters' personalities, which is Kenta, who seems to be the kind of like a prodigy, the tech kid. I think that's safe to say. What I don't remember the other boy's name.
The other
What was
boy's
his
name
name?
it's like Hero.
Yeah, Hero. Hero, who he seems to be kind of the, I guess the more spirited of the two boys, probably the more physical of them, if I had to guess. But you don't really. He's actually the one that gets the least character of the kids.
Yeah. So there's that, and that's fine. It's just introducing character, and then the girl.
And then Reika.
Yeah.
Reika, who, as said, she's one of the things I noticed with her is she seems to attribute that, oh, it's not because Dad's not angry because it's a machine. It's because it's a cat. And that comes into the park that was talked about previously. And I think she's probably the best characterized of the kids. There's lines talking about her being an overthinker. So the type that overthinks people's motives and what people will do or say. And I think that is very. I think that's what they were trying to do with this. They were trying to characterize her. I don't think they do it very well.
Yeah, and so but the cat thing, yeah, didn't came up anything at any point. So oh well.
But it comes up in that the amusement park that she's talking about is called Cat Town.
Yeah, and so that's it. But it is what it is. And then next scene is so hilarious. It's like, Malcolm wants to go to work, so there's a traffic, and then there's a robot petting a dog, and the people ram into the dog, and it dies. And
the robot is walking somebody's dog, which it does show that these robots are used for very mundane tasks. They seem to be extremely commercially available. They seem to be available to the point that it's easier for somebody to have the robot do it than hire some 16-year-old to walk their dog.
Yeah, and Yeah, that's the other thing. Of course, it's raining, so it was like, and it wears a jacket. I was like, oh, isn't this so? This isn't waterproof. I was like, if this
I could believe maybe people have them wear clothes just because it might be seen as an eyesore otherwise.
maybe it's
Yeah,
unclear,
and
but oh well.
yeah, because I feel like there would be a lot of other problems with what happens later with these Eno units. That's what they're called, Eno units.
Yeah, true. I mean, and so this robot sees a person just drive and killed itself, and it did nothing. I was like, wait, what the fuck, man?
So my understanding of it at this point was, oh, so the robot is essentially hyper simplistic. It basically it has one directive that it follows. Like it'll have one directive that it follows until that's complete. So for in this case, it was walk the dog. So it's calling for John, which I assume is the name of the dog.
Yeah,
So it's just looking for the dog.
yeah. So this, I just gotta say, this scene means nothing. It just
Yeah, it was a waste of time.
yeah, I just don't even know what's the point of this. Well,
The,
I
the
mean,
only thing I can think is it establishes the Eno units as very simplistic robots, but we already saw that with the store.
yeah, true. So yeah, and so Malcolm just goes into the building and just enter the place. So they can't bring like laptops or watches. So it's just that tight. The security is that tight. It's like
Yeah, it's like no laptop, no watch, which makes sense for like a high, basically a high caliber like tech company that, especially one in Japan, which might take it a lot more serious than other industries or
yeah,
other industrial capitals in the world. But yeah, like it's very clear there is a high level of security for this building.
fair, but you know that's it. So they just detect like 5 spikes in the city, whatever that means. But it's like it just bullshit. Just not. It means nothing. So and so he was. So they asked. So the girl asked, what? So not sorry. Malcolm asked the girl, what year is it? I was like 28th.
Yeah, what's the date? To the 28th, and then he said, uh, basically he implied something about it being the 28th when it's the 28th in uh, L.A., which is another implication that Malcolm knows exactly what's happening that day.
Yeah. By the way, it's night at. So it's night at LA. So I know how to. So I know that's the time difference between LA and Japan is 14 hours.
Yeah.
So according to T2, so do you know when did the nuke drop?
No, I actually don't remember the specifics very well.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. Okay, so
Yeah, the nuke should be dropping like at the very least in a few hours.
yeah, it should be in the next probably like. Did we get the time?
It's like they all he said is like, oh, it's 27 in Los Angeles. But here's the thing, I don't even know how to start. But you know, so if they say 28th in Los Angeles, I mean, oh shit, sorry, it says 9 a.m. in the last scene, but they clearly have to drive to the company. So a few hours later, because it's just a traffic jam, so 1 or 2 hours. So it's like
Tokyo traffic too, so probably
so Los Angeles is probably like 9 p.m. They have 5 hours to work with.
Yeah, give or take, but they're definitely working on a time crunch here.
Pretty much. So it is that is the other thing.
But yeah, we also do see a lot of the security measures for getting here, especially as. Is there any other information that's given in that scene before he goes to Kokoro?
Yeah, so they need 2 keys for a door because there are 2 doors.
Yeah, that I remember that now. If they put a weird level of emphasis on that, but never comes up again.
No, they literally have to they literally have to just forget one door to exist, one door existing.
Yeah, because the Terminator gets basically to the exit to the entrance later on.
Yeah, that's a weird part. I don't even know how does that work. So they just make one door disappear. So there's that. And now,
Yeah,
so Red Nose scans, he opens it, and now he talks to this new AI, Kokoro.
he steps in what seems to be I say a blank room. It's clear that there's some level of projection that's able to go on to the walls and stuff surrounding him.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially a blank room with a strange circular chandelier thing that was revealed to be the AI Kokoro.
True.
Yeah.
And so he is like, oh, okay, I believe. So he believes that he can change the future, and he can save what is about to come.
Yep, and this is another confirmation about because this scene is the one where it verifiably shows. Yeah, he knows about Skynet. He knows what's coming. He specifically built Kokoro to combat Skynet. And at this point, this was the point where I was like, okay, so actually, there's another scene earlier where it's showing the maid, where it was showing the maid, and there was something about like she mentions her growing up in a fishing village, and then she gets all weird. So I suspected that she was from the future. That was my prediction. My first viewing of this episode.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, this guy has to be from the future. There's no way.
Yeah, it was either him or Misaki was from the future. And then, well, I was technically right.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's it. So he wants to do stuff, and he was like, oh yeah, he's gonna argue with this robot. That is okay. You know what? Let's just keep going. And then we go back to the future where they're like, oh yeah, the Terminators run like 5 resistant camps. And so yeah, remember T1 that was like, oh, remember T1 where the fuck are the dogs?
Yeah. It's interesting because we do see a dog later on.
But they didn't use it to like guard the door. Like they used dogs to just
they had just a dog go among the crowd, but they didn't have any dogs anywhere near the base entrance. They didn't have any. That basically, as far as while Aiko is approaching the base, no, I don't think we see any dogs.
True. And yeah, there's that, and so they hack into the data, which the Skynet has a hive mind, sorta. I'm not sure because like, but to be honest, if I'm gonna interpret, because if you watch Terminator, you will realize. I mean, yeah, the robots have a mind on its own. It's not like a hive mind.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's its own kind of persona that plugs into the large and system that plugs into the larger network. It's kind of like an individual computer versus the whole of the web.
So if I'm gonna say that, because they plug something in the Terminator, they are able to access. They basically hack into the entire Skynet and know what it's gonna do.
I could kind of give them the benefit of the doubt with this, with the idea that they're essentially just giving a backdoor access, and they're looking for specific information on why the Terminators have become so much more active, because we also get the information that they've been attacking a lot of bases recently.
No, they literally just see they're building a time machine.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the conclusion they come to. But before that, the old lady known as the Prophet,
Ye-
which is implied to be another time traveler.
Yeah, it's like they said they're like you got time traveler and shit.
Yeah,
It's so weird.
we don't get really any information on her. There's an implication that she might be a version of Aiko, but that's never explicitly stated or confirmed.
Yeah, it's she's just here for exposition.
Yeah, basically, she's here for exposition and kind of fills the leader role of this pocket of resistance fighters.
Yeah, true. So there's that. And so they're like, oh, where the Skynet is setting a Terminator in the past in 2022. Like, I'm not kidding. They sent a robot in 2022. They built a time machine in 2022.
Yeah, which does not. I don't even think that connects with the first Terminator when dates haven't been pushed back.
No, it's like that. Just look, this show plays fast and loose when it comes to like which movie is canon. Even though they say like all six are canon. So so in the earliest, let's just go with the earliest. They built a time machine in 2029 when the resistance are about to defeat them. About to defeat them.
It's essentially the last thing they're able to do is send the Terminator back in order to kill Sarah Connor.
So
it's implied also that then they also sent the other one back in order to kill John.
And so, if they build a time machine in 2022, they won already.
Yeah, that's another one of those moments I felt proved like, okay, so this is its own timeline. This is entirely disconnected from any of the canon, because what I didn't remember the specific dates, but when I talked to you about it, I was like, okay, at this point it has to be its own thing, especially as we already have like the proof in the factor of having like these commercial, essentially low, basically low skill robots committed to low skill jobs. You have robots that are essentially just pets that are commercially available for presumably affordable prices.
Yeah, and so
in toy stores.
And yeah, so that's basically what happened. It's like this show could not happen if they take place in any like Terminator yet.
No, it like I said, it would have been much better if instead they just were open about that. Well, actually, no, because it still falls apart by its own logic. But yeah, this breaks canon in like
In
every episode, in every few scenes. There's something that breaks the Terminator timeline, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So it sucks. And yeah, that's the end of the first episode. It sucks. And it already breaks a lot of Terminator lore. Congrats.
Yeah, the end of the episode is the Resistance fighters send back Aiko, and you get to see a Terminator break in and killing Resistance fighters as she's getting sent back, including a redheaded girl that didn't really get any characterization outside of she's apparently close to Aiko in some way.
Yeah, true. And so it's just some friend, I guess. And
yeah, it has to be a friend because of information we know later. I got the impression though that they were like more than friends. Yeah, I thought that for because you saw how but I wasn't sure. I was like, well, they haven't even given this character a name, so I don't know. I just because they emphasize her specifically being about to die when
she's called Annie.
Goes back. Annie?
Yeah.
Andy?
Annie.
Annie.
Mm.
Yeah. She's not really relevant though. I think she's only seen in one other scene
Oh,
after this.
yeah. So that's it. And so next scene is like they say, I hacked into a database of Skynet. Yes, Skynet. Some resistant guy can hack into Skynet.
So that's one of those things that's kind of, it's a touch and go thing because I assume that you are going to have like the resistance learning ways to subvert the machines in different ways, but I think that needs a lot more explanation. For like, okay, you're dealing with the actual AI, with an actual sentient AI here. It's not something you're going to. This is going to be like after years of doing it. This is a final component for me to get like a backdoor in to see what Skynet's doing. I can't change any data, but I can look. Like, and that should be enough that honestly, the Resistance, probably this would have had to have been one of their most major operations.
Yeah, and not John Connor in America, mind you. What the fuck is John Connor? I have no idea.
I assume this is a different, almost a separate pocket of resistance fighters from what would be in America. We don't. Would they even have though they seem pretty eclectic group for that, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not the worst part, by the way. It's sad. I'm now connecting it to Skynet's time travel machine.
Yeah, basically, from what I understand, they didn't really build their own time machine. They're hijacking the data. Now, that's going to require physical components. Which how did you know how to build all that?
And
How did you have
yeah,
time to build all that?
and the thing is, you can make it, and now connecting it from something from like far distance, what you just hacked, which is basically a Sentinel AI that destroy the world.
It's fiction hacking where hacking can just do anything involving machines. I guess. It's always annoying to see, but it's not unusual to see, unfortunately.
Yep. That's it. So there's that. So they're gonna have to time travel in 2022.
Yeah, and
You're kidding me.
yeah, and apparently they can do that. And we also saw the Terminator's point of view, where we saw this will come up later. A target set was Malcolm to be eliminated.
Fucking Malcolm, really? Okay, sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I just want to emphasize the word elimination. You know why?
Yeah, that was
Oh yeah, because I remember when I found that, and I had to pause it because this is on my second viewing and screen cap it because of things that come up later. Because we learned that's not the Terminator's goal, but basically the show lies to you.
True. And so the lady just like, yeah, just go there. And because the window of opportunity is short because the Terminator's got to change the new timeline, which is fine if it's just a short time. But at the same time, I was like, wait, what the fuck? How long did you guys build a time machine? A few minutes?
Yeah, and you somehow know. Well, I assume the Prophet's a time traveler. That's why I assume I guess maybe she has knowledge of this. In which case, why didn't you build one already?
And remember in T1, Kyle Reese was like, yeah, I can't go back to the future, lol.
Yeah, but you get that a line in this as well. Time travel is a one-way trip.
So yeah, there's no way she's also a time traveler. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't know because she's called the Prophet. But we don't get any information. This is another one of those things where I feel like if they just did a story focusing on this resistance group and without the time travel stuff, it might actually have been more interesting than, because you could have the reveal of that character being a time travel, which I think was what they were going for, especially given a scene we get later on.
Yeah, so it's just, oh well, they didn't explain anything, so it's like there's that. And yeah, so he's gonna send Aiko to do so.
Yeah, they said I go back in time, and that's when the Terminator busted in and started killing people. And this is also where we saw. This is also the scene where we finally see the dogs, because we see the dog react, and then as the time machine is booting up, we also get somebody at the door who gets huge chunk of them blown off, because I guess the Terminator took the rifle from upstairs and just decided to hold on to that.
And yeah, they just decide to just blow it up.
Yeah, and I didn't mind that too much. The Terminator using that rifle, it feels like it's like, oh well, I might as well use this.
But yeah, it's like, and now you're just like, wait, is there only one guard? Because if they just shoot something in the inside here,
Well,
everyone's gonna hear it.
Yeah, the implication is he killed all the guards upstairs and then has been making his way down here. However, you would have definitely heard it.
Yeah, everyone should be hearing it, and the dog should be outside and shit.
Especially in this like big stone bunker, sound is going to travel.
Absolutely. So yeah. The Terminator that's supposedly that in the first episode is here.
Yeah, and that might have been a good way to build tension too. Imagine it's like they're setting up, and then up things, and then you have that like the sounds of gunfire from further out, and you have the tension building scenes of the resistance trying to essentially like, okay, this is our last hope right now. Our group is probably dead at this point. Let's try to have some people evac, like the civilians and the kids and stuff. Let's have all the fighters available, try to buy time, and let's try to get this mission. Like this could have been this could have been half the episode, and you probably could have cut a lot of the useless scenes of the robots just wandering around.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So there's a lot of lost potentials, but here's the thing. So Aiko arrived there, got in the machine, the Terminator show up. Okay, timing. But oh well. So the Terminator killed most of them. I was like, okay, the first mother, and then Annie saw a kid, and instead of just grab it to run away, all she did is just hugs it.
Oh yeah, the spontaneous ankle fracture, I assume. Yep. That's what I call that. When a character just gets into a position where, oh, I have to help this kid, but then they don't get up and run.
Yeah, so the Terminator is like, yeah, I'm gonna look at it and shoot. I was like, no, fuck it, use your gun to shoot Aiko. This is because there's no way you're not gonna notice that this is a fucking time machine, and they're sending someone in the past to stop what Skynet did already.
If anything, it might be more interesting if the Terminator was like about to shoot her and then like stopped, and we got like the Terminator vision thing where it's like mission parameters changed, and then it like turns the rifle towards Aiko instead.
Yeah, but no, it just like oh well. And by the way, so the visual shows that you need to have the lightning to just shoot down the building in order for it to connect it to time travel.
Yeah, I don't know anything about how that was supposed to work.
And the other thing is, the Resistance not only build this shit, they have to go outside and basically build all of this in the open.
Yeah, and they had to do this within like days, presumably.
And so, have you seen Terminator Genesis? It's horrible, by the way.
I remember the time travel is very casual almost with Genesis.
Yeah, so the lightning thing that's not a thing. There's no like
Yeah, I didn't
lightning.
remember that. You get the lightning effect when they're coming through to the new time, but I don't think we've ever seen. Have we ever seen a case outside of Genesis of them actually using the machine?
Oh
We
yeah,
have. We
yeah,
have.
yeah. In the beginning, they literally use it twice.
Yeah, it looks like it just sends you through. I was confused by the lightning stuff too. I was like, oh, there just happens to be a storm. Is that maybe going to affect her going back somehow? Is it going to throw it off somehow or cause some kind of interference?
Yeah, so that's the other thing. It's like, how does that work? That's not connected to Genesis. Which is the only movie that shows how time travel works. Okay.
Yeah. You mind if I just step away real quick? I just gotta take my dog outside.
Sure.
I'll be right there and back in a minute.
So the next, I'm just gonna talk about the next scene, which is like Aiko just arrived here naked to, it's like 1997, and so yeah, she got here, which is there's a Statue of Liberty, but oh well, it's Japan. It just destroyed here for no reason. And so she just stole some people's clothes, which is fine. You know, desperate times, desperate measures. So yeah, and it aligns with her core belief that it's for the greater good and shit. So that's fine. And yeah, and then we just cut back to the living room where the kids are just like, oh, what is this thing's pronouns? To be honest, I just like at that point I was like, yeah, who the fuck cares? It's a robot cat. It's like, but it's like one of the girls like it's a she, and the other guy is like it's whatever. It's dialogue. And so yeah, they're just dealing with the babysitter is just making dinner. The kids are arguing. And they're and yeah, and
Sorry about that.
Yep, I'm just talking about the living room scene.
Yeah.
So
This is actually the one where I realized there was probably something more to her.
Yeah, it's kind of
she's like cutting a fish, and she mentions being part of from a fishing village. And then she seems to have something wrong with her, where like she kind of like seems confused or something like that, and then she cuts herself.
Yeah. So they're like, yeah, don't drag.
As far as this scene as a whole, I thought that it was another one of those like, oh, we're seeing these characters' personalities, and that's going to come up more because you do have Reika, the girl who is kind of more willing to humanize the cat robot, the Kaneko.
Yeah, true.
Versus the Kenta, who is more like, oh yeah, I'm really interested in like the mechanics of this, and he specifically stresses that it's an it because it's a machine. It's not, he has a very binary view when it comes to machines as far as they are objects.
Yeah, so there's that, and now that the little girl just takes the robot and just locks herself in the room and just run out the window.
Yep, and it's implied later that she's done this before.
It's like, oh fuck, it's gonna be so stupid. This is gonna
This is really looking back the point where, because the other parts of the episodes, without having too much like intricate knowledge of the Terminator lore, worked well, not amazing. You still had the cringe stuff with Malcolm talking to Kokoro, but this is really kind of the part where kind of some characters have to get hit with the stupid stick to drive the plot forward.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the other problem. And now we get back to Malcolm. He's talking to the AI, and they were like, yeah, basically just talk about things they know, that tomorrow's gonna end the world and shit. Stupid expositions. And so everything shit that we know in Terminator 2 and Terminator 2, that where did they gonna do that? And then Skynet was, and then it said Skynet will pit humanity against each other and let us tear ourselves apart, which is not a thing, but fuck it.
But I assumed because this is clearly a different continuity, the idea is maybe, what Skynet does is it instigates a war, and while the main human nations are at war, it's doing its own thing elsewhere to build up its. Because this is always a problem I've had with Skynet, is how does it actually get all the killer machines, you know?
Yeah. And so the thing is, in Terminator, the reason that Skynet turned against humanity, it's because humanity tried to shut it down once it realized it becomes Sentinel. So
Sentient, yeah. Basically self-preservation.
Yeah, I understand. So
yeah.
The Terminator the Skynet just nuke everything, just to ensure its safety.
Yeah. It takes the most efficient. It takes the most efficient way to ensure that it's never shut down by humans, which is just get rid of all the humans.
Yeah, so it just saw humanity as a threat. It's trying to dominate humanity. It's like, but fuck it. It's in Overlook.
Yeah.
And the Kokoro was like, oh. So he said the possibility for that you didn't think of it's that the world will be better off without mankind, which is bullshit. But
I have a lot to say actually about this conversation. Having to consider the most obvious conclusion that the world would be better than mankind, and the other thing I remember them saying was every invention humans have ever made has immediately been turned to war, which I'm like, the vacuum cleaner?
An air conditioner?
The CIA been up to something I didn't know about?
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, there's a lot of this that there's a truth to this notion, but humans are very good at weaponizing things.
Yeah.
But we are also very good at the reverse. There's a lot of things that were developed during war, for war, that we then turn and repurposed into other technology.
Yeah, true. And it's so stupid. And they're like Kokoro's like humanity a warmongering faction.
Humanity isn't even the only animal species that goes to war.
Yeah,
lions go to war.
Yeah, that's true. And
most apes do, I think.
And this is even stupider. Your economic systems are used as weapons of oppression. The fuck, man?
That never even comes up again, I don't think.
No, I was like, what does that even mean?
Oh no, the robot, the AI is communist. We need to shut it down.
I was like, some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Yeah, the AI has discovered communism. That's it. That's the worst possible outcome.
Your economic system is like, fuck. So it's a system of oppression. I was like, are you critiquing capitalism? It's like, what the fuck? Are you being political?
I didn't know that they don't have her explain this point at all.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, at this point where Malcolm is probably the worst advocate for humanity ever.
Yeah, and so this is so stupid. And now here's the thing: Kokoro was like, "You built the most destructive weapon ever," and she said, You're ready to blame Skynet for the end of humanity? What the
And
fuck, man?
there's a degree in which you can kind of consider the idea of is part of Terminator that humans ultimately are what dooms themselves. That there's the discussion there. This is kind of like it pokes at the idea and then it has nothing else to offer. It has nothing else to say about it.
Like,
it's like, did you know that humans can be bad? Unity,
we
did you
know
that?
Shit.
I don't know.
We know.
Can't think of any disasters involving humans, personally.
Yeah, ever. I could not. Oh fuck! Maybe the humanities are the cause of meteors destroying the dinosaurs. Fuck.
We are. Yeah, it was me. I went back to do that.
Yeah. So and I'm gonna say this. The allegory is like this is the same shit for Eternals. Like, oh, because we built the nuke, so we are bad. I was like, no. Yeah, we built the nukes to prevent more killing, to stop World War II.
There were American generals that were like, if we invade Japan on a land invasion, we might have to wipe them all out, because that's how determined the Japanese people were when it came to the war. They had remarkably high morale. They had remarkable levels of attrition when it came to how many casualties before anyone's willing to surrender. They had a remarkable avoidance of surrender. The nukes were essentially created just to essentially it was essentially made to scare the shit out of them into surrendering.
Yeah, true. This is
without actually having to wipe them out.
Yeah, so they're like, oh. So they're just like, yeah, Kokoro is basically defending Skynet, and it was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, this is also before Kokoro is supposedly has the information that drove Skynet to turn against humanity.
Yeah,
that's another thing she specifically says.
Yeah, literal. Yeah, I just really hate this shit.
Also, is there nobody monitoring these meetings with Malcolm and the robot and being like, this AI sounds like it's talking about wiping out all of us. I'm gonna unplug it
now. Yeah. And the AI was like, at the end, the AI was like, yeah, perhaps you got to start to die. You fuck. Yeah, this entire argument is humanity bad because we build weapons. Everything we build are weapons. You fuck. And maybe there's economic system or just weapons. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it like I said, it's like introduction to the human bad argument. It's very surface level. And the annoying thing is Malcolm can't. The annoying thing isn't that the arguments are being said; it's that Malcolm has no counter to these.
Yeah, even that was like even the robot was like, "What are you?" It's like, do you have no other data access to? You just have disasters that we build weapons and everything is our fault.
No. Malcolm doesn't even. There's so many other things Malcolm could have brought up to this: art, culture, language.
No, yeah, we literally just talk about a lot of that already. It's like what he could counter. It's like
it's like we made the joking argument of can you name a single invention to improve the world that humans haven't turned into a weapon? The vacuum cleaner.
Then Malcolm was like, fuck, this is so hard. We made. Do you know that we made chairs to destroy the world?
Oh yep, I remember that. That was a wild night at the bar.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so. I need to get drunk to watch this show again. It's so stupid.
Oh yeah, no, I'm hungover because I was watching the show over again.
Makes sense. And so yeah, so before Malcolm can even counter it before mid conversation, they're like, Mikasa was like, by the way, your children is gone. She needs
Mikasa called the office to tell the boss that kids are missing.
Yeah. So here's a detail I really do not like. So why the fuck Mikasa had to go to a park to use the phone? I was like, dude, this guy's a tech billionaire. Just use
He
your.
doesn't. Yeah. The only thing I could think is, okay, so could this be like part of his technophobia? Basically, like he doesn't even have like modern appliances like a phone in the house.
No.
Like
So
no connection to any outside network. Wait, he had a laptop though.
yeah. I mean, and Mikasa is literally living proof that he doesn't. He's not afraid.
Yeah. Well, I always assumed it was at this point the only like argument I could think of in my head for his character was oh, okay, he's developing this, but he's keeping that so that essentially so that his kids aren't on kind of the network, so to speak, you know, so there's little trace of necessarily where he lives outside of official documents. It's like that would be recorded, but basically he's that extreme about keeping the machines away from his family. But even that's a stretch. There's no his character is a mess. It's kind of really stupid. It feels like they had 4 different character concepts in mind for him. They just mixed them together without any thought to any contradictory behaviors.
Yeah, true. And so what? Okay, so what the fuck did he do? So the housewife is like, dude, I lost the kids. Like, and she just calls him. I was like, why? I mean, if I lost the kids, that's you're paid to. I mean, in your point of view, you're paid to watch over them. You dumbass.
To be fair, from the park, it might have been she was already looking for them.
Yeah, and so Malcolm, that's not the worst part. Malcolm, who knows that Judgment Day is like 5 hours away, maybe. He was like, I'm gonna look the kids with you.
Yep, and then he goes there. He is berating her. They are driving on a highway, and then they run into somebody.
Literally, if I was him, if I was Malcolm, I was like, just call the cops, you moron. That's all I said. That's all I need to say. So yeah, Mikasa. So that's Mikasa. So yeah, and Mikasa just solves everything. So I was like,
yeah. Mikasa ends up knowing exactly where the kids are going anyway. Which at that point, it could have been hey, this happened. Don't worry, I've got it sort of situation. But I wanted to let you know this is going on. They aren't going to be at home. Because he did say he was going to call when he had a better idea of when he was going to be back. So, and if she's already not home, like there's no cell phones in this, I assume.
Yeah, it's 1997, so actually there
are.
So
I can assume it's a just in case you call, but that's the thing though, because she immediately knows where the kids, even the route by which the kids are going to take, because she's able to find them later.
Even the kids know, so fuck.
Oh, well, yeah, the kids know, which imply because I think it literally says that they've done this, but Reika's done this before. With the going down to the tunnels and whatever.
And so that's the thing. And now it's just I really hate this underground tunnel. It's gotta be revealed a lot more later. But so yeah, he sneak inside. No one noticed it. But sure, I've been in Japanese system all the time.
Yeah, you've been to Japan. My brother lived there, but I haven't had a chance to like talk to him about this type of thing. I just assumed this was nonsense.
Yeah, there's no way this is even a thing in Japan.
While I have never been to Japan myself, I assume it would be mentioned in at least some of the anime I watch that take place in Tokyo.
Yeah, no, I think. Okay, here's the thing. In Tokyo, they have many stores inside the train station before you get out, so you can buy food and stuff. Doesn't mean that there will be a fucking underground tunnel. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Why would...
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking like the underground mall in Persona 5 or something where it was like, oh, okay, well she's gonna sneak in here. Maybe it connects to another station down the line, basically, so that and she'll hop on a train or something. Because that's like the obvious thing is like, okay, so she's gonna like just hop on a train at some point.
Yeah.
Because
So,
it's Tokyo.
yeah, they have some arbitrary nonsense that explain why did they use underground tunnel, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
And
so where were we?
So the kids found Mika, the younger sister contrivance, but yeah.
Huh.
And so Malcolm takes Misaki to find the kids to Cat Town. Why don't he just tell her to just call a taxi? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue. Especially because the kids are going on foot. It's not like they have their own vehicles or anything.
Yeah, so...
And Japan is a very walkable, Tokyo is a very walkable city. So that's something I do know. It's very walkable. It's got a lot of public transportation. Most people in Tokyo, from what I understand, don't even own vehicles. It's kind of similar to here.
Yeah, and so now the robot is trying to kill Malcolm. And he just arrived on the bed on the bridge. I have no idea how does he know that. He just appears, stops the car, and then tries to swing Malcolm with a metal bar. Like, yeah, that's gonna kill him.
Basically, the Terminator's way of approaching this, which we later learn isn't actually a kill order, it's a capture order. It wants to capture Malcolm and make him reprogram Kokoro. So naturally, in order to do that, the best way was to get in front of his car so that it smashes into him and causes him to get into a car wreck.
and then try to kill him by swinging something at it.
Rather than, I don't know, popping out of an alley while he's on his way from the apartment or something.
Yeah, and then here's something even more hilarious. So Eiko now stole a truck. Is able to drive the truck and on the bridge.
I could believe maybe. The problem is we don't have anything on her background or what she's done for the resistance in the past. What sort of training she has.
I just mean that the bridge is full of cars and it's able to drive through them and just hit fucking robot.
It's the Hawaii 5-0 effect. That's what I call it because that's when I first noticed it. When it's TV and movies, the traffic will always be there unless the character needs to get somewhere.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god.
Because this is a highway in Tokyo around what, probably like 7 or 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
there'd definitely be traffic.
And yeah, so this genius Terminator, just like fuck, I'm gonna dodge it because because Malcolm has already disappeared from the scene. He was like,
also though, this Terminator is still functioning after getting hit by the truck. By the way,
to be fair, it's maybe I could believe that. Maybe it's like it's so, but even there should be a bit more damage.
Yeah, especially given other things that.
In T1 and T2, it was like even they got hit. The Terminator got car crash. It still needs to like reprogram itself.
Yeah, it took damage. It can stop because it got hit by the car and then it got hit by the truck as well.
Yeah,
so, and then it got thrown off the fucking overpass.
Yeah, and so the entire thing, they did. So the entire thing is like, we did it. So the Terminator just got hit by a truck because it doesn't know how to just move away.
But in this scene, have you rewatched the scene? Or how well do you? Would you say that it was clearly trying to kill Malcolm?
Yeah, easily.
Yes, because like especially it does things like and the thing is that this scene I thought was well enough done the first watch through, because obviously like all of the shit hasn't hit at once yet, like all of the shit about the Terminator's actual goals and stuff. This was one of those scenes that I thought was done pretty well. The Terminator the Terminator basically hits him because this is a time where he's not at the office, he's got no security, and it's and there's no one that can kind of stop it. I thought that, and you do get the cool part where, like, after he's hit the Terminator, where you get the Terminator's eyes, and then it's just slow. It just breaks through the windshield and it's trying to get him.
Yeah.
But that scene, just any quality it had is gone, because you learn later that the Terminator's goal isn't to kill him.
Yeah, that was like, oh fuck, why even do that? It's and and then okay, this is even fucking funny. So Mikasa just unlocks superpower when the truck is falling down. She's able to run up the truck when it's falling and jump back to the bridge.
Yeah, that was Aiko. That one was it's another one of those anime action scenes. When you've watched the medium as much as I have, you kind of just this type of thing. It's like, yeah, I guess she's highly trained person. I guess maybe this seems like a bit of a stretch because they're going for a bit more realistic. Well, I assume they're going for more realistic physics in this series.
Oh yeah, true.
It's a stretch, but it's a case of Aiko seems to have plot armor that kicks in at times, and that was annoying as all hell. That's one of the biggest problems with her character, to be honest, is her plot armor kind of just turns on, and she seems aware of it.
Yeah, and so it just like he just runs on a bridge. I was like, yeah, they're copying Terminator Genesis right now. I was like, when they're
was that another copycat scene?
So that movie has the big vehicle. Like, okay, it's a bus, but hang under the bridge and try to use it to kill the Terminator.
Which, to be fair, that probably is that is probably something that I would assume would do the job.
Yeah, but so they just did that. I was like, okay, you're copying that, which is a really terrible movie. I do not like that, so I don't remember it that well. But fuck it.
Yeah, Genesis is awful. I do still think that's the thing. I think this is worse because it's longer.
Yeah, true. And we was like, by the way, we're like 2 episodes in. We haven't fucking gotten. We're 1.5 hours.
We haven't gotten into the length of hell that is episode 4 onwards. Well, 4 still has some moments that aren't super horrendous, but it's 5, I think, where 5 is really when it gets shit.
Yeah, I mean, now we look back at it, everything makes no sense now.
Yeah, none of it makes sense because that's the thing. It's easy to give goodwill to a show that has good character work and good and a plot that makes sense on the base level. You can kind of brush away things, but when it comes to a show like this where everything is fundamentally broken, once that happens, anything you were kind of ignoring or not acknowledging before kind of just becomes more obvious and more apparent.
Yeah, true. So they just do some physics defying shit, and she's just chasing after Malcolm, and she just chased after the babysitter.
Yeah, she's chasing after the babysitter because Malcolm stepped out of frame and disappeared.
Yeah.
He's on foot at this point. It's not like he drove away.
So she runs down the bridge. Sure, I thought the bridge is like next to the sea.
Yeah, she somehow got down to that dock area. I don't know exactly.
No, the bridge is surrounded by sea, but it's like, fuck it.
Yeah.
And the cops arrive downstairs instead of just arrive on the bridge because that's where the traffic happened.
Yep. Yep.
Uh,
Cops
uh,
arrive on the scene because obviously they would.
yeah, true. And so the Aiko is able to just take down 2 police officers.
Yeah, and I was fine with that. She's like a resistance fighter. She's got training. These aren't going to be your these aren't like LA cops. They probably Japan is not as violent as say the United States,
Yeah. Yeah, and so this Mika's I get it. And so this Aiko was like, okay, so tackles Mikasa when she's running. I was like, my lord. Because now you know the full context, there's no way you can even do that.
Yeah, no. Honestly, the whole idea that Misaki was able to hide certain things about her for as long as she would is I don't buy.
And the fact she can even tackles her, I was like, no.
Because she had to have hit the fact that she's a robot for 12 years on top of would it be 12 years? Oh, wait, no, it's 97. They arrived
97. So
yeah, and when did she and Malcolm arrive? 83.
10 years ago, so 87. It's like, I mean, I didn't remember.
Was it 87 or was it 83?
Something like that. I didn't remember. We'll get
it was in the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. And I'm gonna say this: they literally just took a line from Terminator 2. You saw the thing. It's not human. It's machine. What the fuck, man? You're literally just aping it.
Well, and it's extra weird when you're watching it in Japanese because it's not phrased in the way necessarily with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. Japanese translates very unusual to English.
Yeah, true. So.
Yeah, there was several other lines like that where they just felt out of place, especially like lines where a character just suddenly swears.
Yeah, true. And okay, you know what? Let's talk about this. So it's like she just tells Amiko, Misaki, was like, "No, bring me to Malcolm," and she was like, "No, that place is a fortress, so you can't." So she was like, "Oh right, he has children. Bring me to the children." I was like, "How the fuck do you know that she has children?"
Yeah.
Yeah, she
they did. I assume it's in his file that
no,
the
it's like
machines had.
No,
but no, the machines didn't know about his kids because the Terminator only finds out because of being in his apartment. So
yeah, no, so they and the fact that Malcolm got married in the present day, so it's like so yeah, how do you even know that? She can't hear any conversation. She's just following Malcolm. That's it.
She hasn't even been following him closely. It's not like it's not like say Terminator 1 where Malcolm's out and about throughout his normal day with the character with our main resistance fighter kind of following. Yeah, she just kind of knows he has kids somehow. And and I did like one thing I did like about Aiko is we see her be a lot more aggressive with Misaki and I think that's another example of her character kind of shining through. She's not only the highly pragmatic, do what you have to do to get the job done type, but she is also kind of headstrong and stubborn. So she's like, okay, I can't get Malcolm because he's in Fortress. Okay, get his kids, use the kids to get to Malcolm.
Yeah, true. So it's like she just forced Mikasa to just tell her like where is it? I was like, where? Yeah, sure, fuck it. It's like I mean, I guess the combat mode's only active when Malcolm's kids are in danger. For sure.
Apparently, she just remembered that they use the city's secret underground tunnels that everyone would. Honestly, those tunnels are also super abandoned for
Oh,
for the level of for the amount of expanse they seem to cover. This is Tokyo.
yeah. So I'm gonna say this. Okay, okay. The next scene, I'm gonna talk about what happens in the next scene. So Hero asks, "What the fuck is this place?" So that means Hero has never been into this place before, and they just know how to find her.
Yeah, they do. Which is Hiro the youngest or is Reika the youngest? I
Reiko,
actually
Reiko.
right. Okay, so
No,
Reiko's
sorry.
kind of
Hero is the youngest. Sorry.
okay. So I guess you can assume maybe Hiro didn't know about the tunnels and Kenta knew.
And so he was like, okay. My dad took us here before.
Yeah,
I was like, sure. Yeah. Why the fuck did he
yeah.
put you guys here?
Underground tunnels built in 1950s after the bombs dropped. So it upped, and they were meant to be a part of a underground city if the bombs ever happened again.
And it's a mall. They said this is a mall.
Yeah, it's very clearly a mall. It's got like closed up stores and stuff. And honestly, this place either would have been, like I said, there's no way this place is as empty as we were seeing it. Like people would be, especially if you can get to like different segments of the city through here.
Yeah, even that was like, yeah, this sounds too advanced for something in the 1950s. Holy shit.
But also not only that, but this place is now just abandoned and unguarded.
Yeah, why? So everyone can just use this as
There's
to
no
escape.
homeless people or anything around either.
Yeah, that is so. That's
In Tokyo, one of
yeah,
the most overcrowded cities on the planet.
yeah. And so they found the cat, and there's a bunch of, and then Kantao just looks into the room and is like, oh, there's a bunch of robots. I don't know how do you
Oh
know
yeah,
how do you, I don't even know how do you know to have a feeling. Oh, so this literally just he has a feeling and there's a bunch of robots there.
yeah, and apparently the robots are here for storage, and I that baffled me because I was just like, wait, so they couldn't rent a warehouse? They just send them onto the underground tunnels to stand and wait for somebody to go get them or to send them a new order? Uh,
That's next episodes. Oh my god. Yeah, they
yeah.
got the
Yeah, but yeah,
so
there's basically an army of robots under the city for some reason.
yeah, we're gonna have the explanation later. But you know, let's just spit it away.
Yeah, yeah. When I saw that, my thought was, oh, is Skynet actually built? Are these Eno units a part of Skynet then? And it's maybe Skynet
Yeah.
actually like this is Skynet setting up for Judgment Day essentially?
No, and then we just realized no, that's not true.
Yeah, no, it's stupider than that because that makes too much sense. Because I was like, so this can't be like these can't be supposed to be down here because there's no security, there's no guards. It's not like a secured warehouse area. It's just a random part of the underground tunnels that everyone should know about.
Yeah, Sky. So they have a line here. Even if you don't go by previous franchise, they build the robots in the future after the nuke. So.
Yeah, well, which that's always been something I've found iffy because I feel like in order to build the robots would need to exist. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. So it's
And
like
which that's why I thought this might be meant to like plug that hole. Like obviously Skynet put these like labor robots down here to start and probably in other places to start construction once Judgment Day happens.
yeah.
That's what I thought was gonna be.
Yeah, and so that's that. So we just got top episode 3. Episode 3, it's like this Terminator is like come out of the water unscathed. He has a new mission to find people to camouflage himself and stuff. And so it's basically just T1 again. You just kill someone's house and steal its shit
Yeah.
and just use it for weapons.
Yeah, well, I assume the Terminator is also doing maintenance, but it is aping. It's aping T1 again. It's the scene where Arnie like has to perform maintenance on himself.
Yeah, and so this this thing is like the Terminator decided to uh yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. The Terminator build itself can build a crossbow in its under its skin.
Yeah, no, I didn't mind the idea of it like building a concealable weapon. My problem was where are you keeping all the ammo? Because we never see it reload. It doesn't seem like it has any component in there to reload the crossbow, which seems to be just nails. And this actually but the idea of this makes sense to me because Japan isn't like America. There's no gun stores in Japan.
No. Here's the other problem. If it was like so in the Terminator franchise, they literally have like humans, robots, human with skin robots. I was like, so all Sky need to do is just build a gun inside the skin, and you can literally use that Terminator to bring it to go back in the past. So it has a gun anywhere. It doesn't need to search for a gun. I was like, what didn't Skynet just do that? Just put a gun inside the Terminators.
Yeah. Well, that is another one of those things because that's always something I wondered is why not just build a weapon inside under the skin. There's plenty of anime that kind of have that element with like a cyborg or something where they'll have like a layer of skin and then like a weapon will burst out from it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's why they did build T1000 or because the original models can't do that. I mean, actually,
Yeah,
no, so shit, no. They actually did that with TX in Rise of the Machine. She has a bunch of weapons.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't even need a complicated weapon like a gun. Why not just have a blade that slides out from under the skin and just because you only need the skin completely closed up really for the time travel itself when it comes to but yeah, I guess for some reason maybe it's because these are meant for infiltration and that's something that somebody might be able to check for somehow. I don't know. This is one of those things this is one of the fundamental flaws of the Terminator franchise, I think, even the good movies, is that the Terminators don't have a built-in weapons.
Yeah, so this TX is supposed to be so in TX, okay, Rise of the Machine. This TX unit, it's like the most advanced function. Yes, and then it can just regenerate, and it has built-in weapons. I was like, that is the most advanced shit you built, and it was like, yeah, you can just put it in any robot. It's like, oh my lord, why?
Yeah. But focusing on this, okay, so essentially, I assume this was also so they could justify the Terminator still shooting people. Basically, when you're dealing with Japan, you're dealing with Tokyo, you're not going to have the same ready access to guns, even though characters later on do have a weird level of access to guns that they shouldn't have for Tokyo. But yeah, because guns are not commercially available or legal in Japan. At least not in metropolitan Japan.
That's just one of the things that I mean, I wouldn't mind it if they didn't just like, okay, this causes problems with the franchise. So there's that. It just kills a guy. They just build a fucking crossbow.
Yeah, it just builds a crossbow that has no downsides and seems to have infinite ammo.
Yep. Jeez. And yeah, so Terminator tries to go into like Malcolm's place because he detects as EMP, so he can't go inside.
Yeah. So, there are multiple EMP devices set up around Malcolm's work, which I assume was built very specifically because he has knowledge that time travel is a thing and Terminators are a thing.
Yeah,
Even
true.
though we don't, even that's always been shaky, but go with that. It's basically all of the cameras on the lower floor for that area have, for Malcolm's work, have built-in EMP devices too.
Yeah.
It shows it with the like Terminator vision.
So yeah. The Terminator goes into Malcolm's place and it's find a robot cat, and it's by scanning its QR code, it
Yeah,
tracks a fucking robot cat.
yeah, it
That's not
finds
how
the
it works.
box and basically connects to the cat based off the barcode on the box, and this is the only real reason the cat exists.
And even that was
It's
like, that's not how it works. The QR code is just a product, just like, okay, here's money, basically.
yeah, like I guess that's the question, because the the this is very fast and loose with the tech, because you have like the Eno robots that work off a satellite code. I guess the Kanekos work in the same way.
No, here's the thing.
Satellites.
We work in a warehouse, so it's like we know that the box and the product doesn't mean shit. The barcodes, it just put it.
No,
It's just a thing in the. It's just a thing in the box, and so
yeah,
all it did is track back the
it's
company.
essentially just to track, like, okay, this was sent to this store.
Yeah, so all it did was just track back to the store.
Yeah, it was a real I think that you could have set up some way for the Kaneko robot to be tracked. I think if we had more time with the characters, I think that could have been one of the like things they do. That's the big thing. It feels like this story, a lot of the components only exist for things like this, where it's like, oh, okay, well, how do we have the Terminator find the kids who are running around Tokyo? They could literally be anywhere for all the Terminator knows. And
Yeah,
it's like,
so
oh, well, we give them
it's
a
like
robot
this.
cat
So
that can
all
track.
it.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, which is already a plot hole. It's like, that's not how QR code works. You dumb fucks.
Yeah,
Okay.
but let's assume it. Okay, let's assume it connects to some kind of serial. The QR code's tied to some kind of serial number that's connected to the cat robot in some way. Why would here's what I was wondering. It makes sense for the Enos to be like satellite based machines. You know, they receive orders from like a system. I feel like you could code all of the cat stuff internally.
Yeah.
It'd probably be a closed network.
Pretty much. And even that was like, no way they allow tracking properties like this. And that's, oh my god.
Oh, not especially not Japanese Japanese the Japanese they have very strict privacy laws. You can't even record people in public in Japan. Like if you look at Japanese streamers when they're in Japan streaming like areas of Japan, they have to like blur out or block out people's faces and stuff. There are very, very strict privacy laws in Japan, and they're always maybe not always, but I don't buy that the Japanese would allow this company to, like, especially when you're talking about device for kids and children, be able to pinpoint that type of location data.
Huh. Yeah, so that's like the Terminator section. So it's just like, and we haven't got to the fucking city scene. So Aiko brings Mikasa here just like because you know apparently they're in the same location, because apparently she just knows where exactly the kids are in the specific tunnels and which station they are in.
Yeah, because you know these tunnels that apparently have to go throughout the city, because Reika's plan is to use the tunnels to get all the way to this cat town, which was on the other side of the city from where Malcolm was when they were on the bridge.
Yeah, so she said, we use this to cross the city. I was like, you can just walk. You can just walk in plain sight
Yeah,
without a
why
problem.
don't you just use the subway?
Yeah, you're not John Wick. You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need to be. You don't need to hide yourself. And they were like, oh, so Aiko was like, why the fuck don't you just use transport? And she was like, because they have PTSD. She has PTSD. I doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, that's the reason. And so this connects to another line later on, actually, that ended up being nothing. So I'll probably bring that up.
Yeah.
Because I thought they were calling back to a specific thing that actually happened in Japan. Let me.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk about this dumbass line. It was like, she used it to cross the city. I was like, do you know how long does it take for people to cross the city in Japan, in Tokyo?
Yeah, that you could probably spend days, even if these tunnels do exist, which I don't know how the hell they could exist while Tokyo's sewage system and hold on, someone walked into the room.
Yeah, so yeah, they just gotta be like, oh, we walk into this place, and the kids are like gotta walk for hours, I guess, to go to the other side of the city. So yeah,
the tunnels makes no sense because I don't know how these tunnels can even exist. Because what I was saying is like, because these have to have been built with the idea of not intersecting with train lines or sewer lines or any number of other things, any power lines that might exist in Tokyo.
Yep, and yeah. And so yeah, that's that's so stupid. And so because she has some trauma, it's like yeah, fuck it, sure. And so she was like, and Aiko got shot and she lays down, and Mikasa was like and stuff. So there's like a possible trait that's like, oh, you're hurt, so I'm gonna help you even though you're gonna try to kill me. And sure, maybe.
Yeah. But I can believe you know that this Terminator thing is loose. You know that Aiko is probably the most qualified to actually keep you alive. She probably knows the most about it. I could believe it's like, well, no, I need to. But the real purpose, I think we both know, is just to ape another previous Terminator scene.
Pretty much. So there's that. So
she's and Aiko, this is probably one of those solid character scenes for Aiko too, where she is talking about what's going to happen. But once again, it's just aped from Terminator 1.
Yeah, it's like try to heal his bullet wounds, like Sarah Connor tries to heal Kyle Reese's bullet wounds.
It's just a scene with Kyle Reese, and I remember when I was rewatching T1, I was like, oh, yeah, that's why I like this scene. It's one of the old ones.
They just have to steal all the scenes. So yeah, she locked Mikasa and just goes to kill the bullets, and she's like, yeah, she looks after the children.
Yeah, and during this, they talk about the public transport accident, and they imply, a terrorist attack a few years ago. They didn't use guns; they just used chemicals, and I thought that was going to tie into what happened with Reika and their mother, but it has nothing to do with it because I believe that's the Tokyo subway sarin attack that they're calling back to, which was in 1995.
Yeah, sure.
So this is a real incident. It was by a cult, basically.
Oh yeah, I get it. So she was like, you can build weapons. Like, yeah, dude, I think she knows that because
that's what it actually ends up being. It's just you can use other stuff for weapons than guns. And it's
No,
like, well, yeah, but I'd rather have the guns.
yeah, even then I was like, I think Eco knows that because fucking Kyle Reese can do that, can make bombs in T1.
Well, Ico does do it because I assume the downside between this and when she next shows up is when she builds that makes the acid that she uses to fight the Terminator.
Yeah, and the acid can just burn the fucking skin off. I was like, wow.
She made she made or found really powerful acid. I don't know why that was left unchecked in this mall.
it's insane. So he was like, so they're like, yeah, she needed some kind of weapons, and so terrorist attack just needed some weapons, and she said that they need to do that. And so,
like I said, I was thinking to tie Reika's whole trauma with things back to the Tokyo sarin gas attack, and maybe be like, yeah, her mother also died in the attack, because that would make sense. I assumed it would be something sensical like that. I assumed that line meant that, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting use of a real world event.
And nothing. It's just nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's just brought up because, like, oh well, people didn't trust each other after that.
Okay. I mean, I think they, but I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more reasons.
It's a useless line. It's really useless. You could cut this whole scene outside of maybe or replace it with a more. I think you could even have this be another callback scene still, but have maybe Aiko's view on the world as far as she's concerned, maybe have it differ from how Kyle Reese saw things.
Yeah, but she just female Kyle Reese. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's probably why she's the only good character, because she's basically just another character aped out.
Not even good. She's just a character. It's like she's
the only character. She's the best character because she wins by default. Nobody else showed up.
Yeah. And so let's get to the next scene, which is the Malcolm scene. Oh my lord. And so the Malcolm said the end of the world is coming, and Karako is like, "Oh, the end of the world." There's like hundreds of thousands of people survived the nuclear blast.
How does she know that?
Yeah, that's the first problem. How do you even know that?
Yeah, because so the point is he brings up all files and stuff that she doesn't have access to also, which obviously he's lying and just not saying about how he's from the future. But she has no even unless he fed data into her that this thing was absolutely going to happen, which Kokoro acts surprised that he was right.
Yeah.
Later on.
And so even more stupid, she was like, "Oh, you know that your nuclear bomb is gonna kill everyone, and hundreds of thousands. There's enough for your species to keep going." I was like, "Wait, what the fuck, man?"
Yeah.
Because he literally told you that the Terminators, after they bombed you, the Terminators are coming back to kill you. Are just gonna come in here and just shoot everyone after they nuke the place.
Yeah, but also, this is a really silly argument anyway for Kokoro. Why are you doing all of this? Humans survive after the bombs. Like, but I don't want the bombs to fall.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah, I just like, okay, even that was like, Malcolm literally said that they got build an army to just kill everyone anyways. It was like, yeah, that's not an argument, you dipshit.
Yeah. Also, there's a difference between surviving and living.
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah. All these humans that are surviving in holes in the ground and the like. Yeah, technically they're surviving. Are they living?
Yes. Yeah.
This is like Apocalypse Story 101.
Yeah, that's so stupid. And she was like, Kokoro was like, Okay, so if the bomb dropped tomorrow, should it not be seen as a new chapter in the page of your history? No, fuck that.
I mean, it'll be a new chapter. I still don't want it to happen.
And yeah, welcome to told you they fucking build a Skynet build an army to just kill everyone remains. Of course,
Yeah,
it's not gonna be.
And the big problem though is that Malcolm has basically nothing, no like good arguments against this.
For some reason.
And it keeps being brought up. What reason do you want humans to survive outside of your survival instincts? And it's like, because I'm a human.
Yeah.
Because I have kids. Because I don't want my culture to end. I grew up in a culture that I want to continue.
Yeah.
There's any number of basic arguments a normal let alone a super genius, a normal person could make. But Malcolm, he is the worst advocate for humanity ever.
Yeah, true. So they're like, so he was like, so Malcolm, so that's so she this gigabrain don't know how to argue. So this android AI was like, yeah, tell me about your future. It's like, yeah, the bomb dropped. It's like children deform, forced to eat each other. So it's a world with no dignity.
That's also an argument. Is like the point at which that world exists is going back. I want you could have even had him be like, yeah, I think humans are awful creatures, but we're getting better and better when it comes down to living with dignity. And you could have had the dignity argument, but Malcolm has nothing to say outside of just, but apocalypse is bad.
Yeah, and even worse, he's like he said, yeah, after that we become worse. We can become like shit hat people. We have no hope. So we turn into like something like we turn into something malicious.
Yep.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This sounds like this almost sounds like if I was on a debate team or whatever with Malcolm as my teammate, I'd be like, bro, are you working for are you controlled up? Are you working for the other guy? So we're trying to argue not to get wiped out here.
You're literally just arguing, yeah, we should get wiped out. I was like, even that was like, even the Terminator lore was like, dude, good lord, what happened to where's John Connor? This guy who leads the resistance to victories. Fuck that, you literally work for resistance, so you guys know that you could have just fight the robots.
Well, John Connor is never mentioned in the whole show. The closest to mention to the name John is the dog.
You fucking assholes. Yeah, so that's how it works. I love that. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's like nothing works.
Yeah, and
so he said tomorrow is not gonna be the new chapter of history in the page of our history, Kokoro. This is possibly the best argument he will ever give. He just said no. No, you're wrong.
No. Yeah, I refuse. Says no, refuses to elaborate.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that is the big thing. It's like if you want to do a story that touches on philosophy and stuff like that, and do humans deserve to exist? Why do humans deserve to exist? You need to actually explore these concepts. You can't just say, but humans are pretty shit, though.
Yeah, true.
And just shrug it off.
It's like Secret Invasion. They're like, yeah, we gotta have some political, inspiring debate. It's like, okay, good lord, no one knows how to argue, even though you pretend to be philosophical.
Yeah.
And so, this next line, I was like, oh my god. Malcolm said, "I'm afraid that if I tell you everything, you will turn against us." And so I was like, you tell her everything. You just told her everything. You literally told her that. You literally told her what happened in the future already.
But also with she's gonna turn against. She's already against you at this point.
Fuck.
All she said was, "Oh yeah, why should I save you? Fuck you."
This entire Malcolm is like the dumbest shit ever. It's like the dumbest character in the Terminator franchise.
It's even worse when you know his actual values when it comes to the AI. and the machine.
Okay, Malcolm is possibly actually I think it's definitely the dumbest character in the entire Terminator franchise.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this guy is okay. So what? Okay, so he said, "There's nothing to say that transcends my survival instinct. I can't point to a single era of peace in our history." An example. Let me finish it. Or an example that this is because this is a continuous line. Or an example of a human invention that made life better for the creatures of this planet. There's nothing I can say that proves that we're anything other than a cancer on this world.
Yeah, this line, the thing about the inventions and the era of peace, I forgot about that. That's why I didn't mention it before. But yeah, not knowing a single era of peace in human history when you're talking about the 80s and 90s. When you're in the 80s and 90s.
Wait, what the fuck is... Yeah, I was like...
You're in the period after World War II where, yeah, you had the Cold War, but we didn't have... the major factions of the world were not actively shooting at each... Like, okay, you can argue there's conflict happening in the world, but what is the criteria for this argument? Do you need no war whatsoever in the world? Because that's just not only is that unrealistic, that's unfair to humans as a species. We're not a collective species.
Yeah, and so the AI need to say is like, just name one thing your species do good in the world. I was like, yeah, I can't point a single era that's happening. I was like, dude, what era are you living in right now? 1997. The place with no war.
It makes sense he can't point to art, I guess, if given his actual background. But he's lived in the modern world for the last 15 years. So I think even then he should be able to point to a lot of art, music, architecture, a lot of the eras that we have had peace for.
Yeah,
between countries.
And he's like, there's not a single human invention that makes the world a better place. My God, if the human invention doesn't exist, you're still a monkey.
Yeah, I guess the refrigerator doesn't count.
Or a pencil, a steak.
Pencil? Well, no, but John Wick killed people with a pencil, so that doesn't count. Remember?
Oh, you're right. That's true. This is the dumbest philosophical debate I've ever seen.
Yeah. I feel like you could bring this whole argument up to a classroom of 6th graders, and they'd give better arguments than Malcolm does.
Yeah, it was like, okay, just point one. Just literally all the AI says, just give me one good thing that humanity did. The easiest shit ever. And he's just like, yeah, I can't tell you anything. And it's like, and he was like, yeah, you're right. We're cancer to the world. We're cancer to the world. We're violent, self-destructive, angry, and hateful creatures. You fucking what? What's the point of...
He's controlled up. He's working with the machines. He's actually trying to convince the AI to kill us all.
Even that was like, what the fuck are you doing in the future? You're literally trying to destroy the machines and trying to kill all of you. It's so stupid. Everything is so stupid.
Yeah, yeah, he's a traitor.
Traitor!
To be fair, we know he's a traitor because we see him in the future, so...
Yeah. So, but this is the biggest giga brain ever. And so next thing. But so he's like, okay, this is his argument, best argument ever. What if I could show you that we can change? I can prove to you that we can move on. How will you do that? Doesn't matter how it's done. That's not important. If I can show you that humanity can change, if I can prove it to you beyond a doubt that we could be better, will you save us? Literally, all he said is, yeah, we suck, but we can be better.
And even saying this, no, he's saying I can prove that we can be better, and then when she asks, he refuses to elaborate.
Yeah. This is maybe the best. This is like one of the best arguments you can give. It's like, yeah, maybe we can be better.
We don't even get. Yeah, Malcolm doesn't have a plan. There's no way he had a plan.
Yeah, literally, it's like this guy can't even read a fucking book. Literally, just point to an arrow. I was like, yeah, right now, modern day, done.
Yeah.
It's like it's so stupid. So yeah, this guy's the dumbest brick. This guy has the intelligence of a brick. So that's the argument of this scene. Every line is so broken.
I think that the Kokoro scenes are probably some of the worst in the show. I can't think of anything I hate more than the Kokoro scenes.
Yeah, I can't even, because that's the most baffling thing I literally just point out at the first time.
Maybe the time travel scene.
Oh yeah, the time travel.
Episode 5.
Oh yeah, some are just worse, just terrible in context. Some are just like, yeah, there's, even if you don't bring up context, it's so stupid that you even bring that up.
Is episode 7 worse than have worse scenes? Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so let's just talk about the next scene.
Yep.
Reika build a robot. Fix a robot. How the fuck? Yeah.
Hey, Burger, I see you.
Hi, Burger. So we're just talking about Terminator Zero. We're in episode 3, by the way. It's already 2 hours in this podcast. This is how stupid this show is.
Yep, we have 5 episodes left. 5 and a half.
Yeah, so let's just talk about this scene. It's halfway through episode 3, by the way. Reika can build a robot. No, fix a robot. Reprogram it.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you do that? You're a kid.
It's one of those things where it is kind of. I could maybe buy that he might be able to, because it's not. Is it him reprogramming or is it him turning it on? Because that's clear.
They're clearly copying it from Terminator 2.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. But the thing about it is that because this thing has no originality. Anything interesting is aped from another Terminator movie.
So I'm just gonna talk about what this Terminator scene in T2 works. This in T2, the kid is not just a grow up in normal life. So T2, Sarah Connor basically prepped John Connor to be the best of humanity, just like trained him to do everything and just understand what he does. He knows how to hack ATM machine.
Yeah. He basically John Connor has been raised for this from birth, and you get the impression with Malcolm's kids, he has, while he's probably encouraged a high level of ingenuity and mechanical knowledge in his kid, that much is obvious from that first scene we see with him and Kenta.
But if you want to beat it,
there's a difference between that and hacking a modern day robot.
And the thing he built in the living room is just a spinning thing that projects lights on a piece of glass.
Yeah, it's probably going to require some basic mechanical knowledge. Also, Burger Nell, that what we're talking about is essentially a kid hacks a robot.
Oh yeah, and robot in 1997. You heard that right.
Because there's robots. They're called Enos.
Yeah, it's worldwide. It's worldwide access. You can find them everywhere.
Yep, and there are even doing mundane tasks like carrying an umbrella for an old man.
Oh no, he did that in T2 as well. So
yeah, so Burger, the best way to put it is this says that every single Terminator movie is supposed to be canon.
Yeah,
all of them. Genesis,
even the ones
T1, T2, T3,
T4, a Dark Face. Even though the ones that literally said you can't be canon, which has some sense to it, dude. This is already this makes total sense because this is established in T2. John Connor hacks into a fucking factory that Miles Dyson works in, so it's not just some sense. It makes total sense.
Yeah,
and this show,
but this show, you also get the impression that the dad's been specifically keeping his family away from technology. I think they specifically say something about keeping their dad keeping away any computers or microprocessors. I
Yeah.
believe is the word they use. But yeah, not only does Kenta somehow figure out how to turn on this robot, which there's probably 200, 300 robots just standing here in this room for some reason. You get the explanation for why they're here, which is their units awaiting sale. They're like the next. They're in the next batch. They were sent here to wait until they're sold in like several months, rather than put in, I don't know, a warehouse.
Yeah. So that's the reason. And now this. So we're just gonna talk about how none of this makes any sense whatsoever. And okay, so one of the kids said that the young girl said today is 30th, by the way. You can go home at any time. Today is the 30th of August. In the last scene, they said it to In episode 1, they say it's the 29th.
Well, yeah. They imply that it's basically just now the 28th, something like that. Like that day was the 28th, I believe.
Yeah. Basically, what they say is we've been walking for like 12 hours at least.
Yeah, which.
Yeah, the news are going off. I'm sorry.
Well, they've been walking 12 hours in these underground tunnels that go all throughout Tokyo that apparently are publicly known to exist, and they haven't run into anyone. These aren't guarded at all, and not only are these not guarded, but they're being used as a warehouse for the robots.
Yeah, true. And by the way, because they fucking don't remember when the news got launched. It launched at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. at midnight. There's no way the news are launched already. Not launched already in US time.
Yeah, Burger. It's on the same level as Genesis or Dark Fate. That's the level we're talking about quality wise.
Yeah, it's probably worse. It's so stupid. I was so baffled by every scene I'm in.
Yeah.
So yeah.
To be fair, I don't know if it's worse. That might be recency bias. I haven't seen Genesis or Dark Fate in a while.
Oh, fair, yeah. I was watching Dark Fate. I was like, even the worst thing about the retcon there is not as severe as this one.
Yeah, it's definitely worse as far as the retconning. However, Dark Fate could even ape scenes well. At least this could ape scenes well.
Yeah, it's to be fair, I think Dark Fate aped the scenes better, which is saying something.
But yeah, let's continue on because we're already 2 hours in.
Yeah, so the hero just comforted the little girl. Was like, yeah, this is probably the best thing about the characters.
Yeah. This is one of the few moments you get kind of more characterization with the kids. The problem is with the kids, they cover a lot of the same ground over and over again.
Yeah, so it's like this. So the robot just glitches for no reason, basically. The robot cat.
I assumed that was caused by the Terminator. Essentially, the Terminator is having the cat lure them.
Which is not how it works. So
yeah, because I guess he can just remote access it.
For no reason. So let's just talk about this. So the kid just fixed a robot. It's like, and the robot just activated itself. It's like, oh, by the way, I'm AI. I'm AI, so I know your name. I have a great deal of information of this storage.
It's plugged into a vast number of information because and to the point of being able to pull up individual names while looking at it, which once again, there's no way in hell that would be legal in Japan.
True. And so what the fuck does the robot said? We are units to have yet to be brought in the market for a 1997 to 1998 fiscal year. We marched down here for 4 months ago, make us of the foreclosed shops. We marched down here 4 years ago. 4 months ago.
Yeah, it was 4
even-
months ago.
And this thing is supposed to be here in 1997, 1998.
Yep. And once again, nobody has an issue with nobody has an issue in Tokyo of all places. Not only one of the biggest metropolitan cities in the world, where postage stamps of land can sell for millions of dollars.
Yeah,
But
and these robots that cannot be sold for no reason.
yeah, they're not being sold because I guess they're future inventory. But nobody has a problem with the idea of, hey, I know, Bob, I know we were going to rent a warehouse to keep these robots in, but what if we just store them under the city in the foreclosed shops?
Yeah,
I don't see any problem with that. Top of the line technology.
Yeah, so they just march down together inside a fucking subway. You get that? So that's the impression.
Yeah, and apparently they're just allowed to store them here, I guess?
Maybe.
But there's no way they would have this. This would be guarded. This would be guarded.
And apparently, if this is the case, and it's so stupid.
There's a million and one way. Like Unity, we talked about both of us work warehouse. Those jobs. If everything, all inventory is scanned and rescanned in order to track specific inventory, and in order to be like, oh, Bob came in at 6 o'clock, and this is talking about top of the line electronics.
Yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, this is our surplus storage." It was like, "What the fuck?" Even if that's the case, you won't put it in a fucking underground city.
I recommend bringing it. Can you bring chat messages up on screen? I recommend bringing Burger's message there on screen. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, fair. Oh my god. Yeah. Probably this show is so broken. It's insane.
Yeah, this wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
It's not even like one of those believable, like, okay, well, maybe, it's animated, it's stylized sort of issues that you can kind of brush off. It's just like, no, this is just stupid on the face of it. Well, it only exists for a payoff later off, much like the cat.
Yeah, and this is basically just exposition. It has nothing. So I'm gonna, because we're just halfway through the conversation. Okay. As a network, we can receive overreaching orders via the satellite frequency.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Wait, they're underground though.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about this until now. They're storing them underground though. How well is that satellite?
And the other thing is this robot can receive orders on its own. I was like, wait, what the fuck is the purpose again? I thought you got purchased and you know that you gotta get purchased. How do you know you gotta get purchased if someone is not got purchased? If you got stored away, and no one's gonna care about you.
So is it somebody puts in an order and then they just have that robot march out to them, or do they put them in a store?
Oh, or the other, I mean, probably the other implication is like, oh, we can receive the overreaching order from the satellite. Basically, that means a signal. I was like, why the fuck are you phrasing it like this?
Yeah, it's very clunky dialogue, just meant to explain how the Enos work.
Yeah.
Basically, and yeah, the Enos can work functionally independently, but they can also receive mass orders via satellite. Essentially, I think this only exists so that it can easily explain how later on what happens with them. We'll get there.
Yeah, so the next line, oh my god. It was determined that the simplest and most effective way for us to get out of here is to march out of here by ourselves. So does the robot have free will?
Also, does the insurance cover that?
Yeah, so it's like what's
What happens if the What happens if the robot? What happens if a homeless person breaks in and breaks a bunch of the robots, or
and it's like
sell
why
parts
would
of them off?
why would you program them like this? Like, okay, if you got not get order, we got march out of here yourself. We possibly even have free will. It's like, what the fuck? I was so confused about everything in this scene.
Which, yeah. This is another. I think we'll have to reference back to this later, but
Yeah,
I
it's like,
think. Yeah, it basically gives you a bunch of information about the Enos, how they work, kind of. And then while this is happening, the cat freaks out and goes off down a hallway, essentially.
yes.
Yeah, the cat robot.
So yeah, they just find a bunch of robots, and so and the robot just goes there. It goes to this shop, this
It looks like a
area,
cafe. Yeah, it looks like a cafe or something.
and so the Terminator finds them.
Yep, the Terminator finds Reika specifically. Reika is separated from the other two kids. The Terminator finds her. Probably lured there.
Well, that's not even the future robot. That's literally a robot in 1997.
Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, remember, Burger, all of this is happening in 1997. They are very specific and explicit with the year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck. I think I misremembered a line in Judgment Day. I was like, oh, it's 1997. Oh well. So
Yeah.
I got. So yeah. 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 You have literally. This is literally the same reaction. So it's more broken than Dark Fate when it comes to continuity. So yeah. This Terminator. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna get you, little girl. I was like, even though the target, if you go by later, the target is literally just Reika, the oldest kid, not the girl.
Yeah, Kenta's the oldest kid. Reika is the girl.
Yeah, so the literal target is literally Kenta, not Reika.
Yeah,
so
it targets Kenta later for other reasons, apparently, assuming it was telling the truth at that point. But that's for where I don't even know if we're gonna get to that today.
Yeah, but yeah, we gotta speed run a lot of things, just like so.
Yeah. I think we fast forward. Yeah, so the Terminator is there,
and there's a lot of fight scenes. So
yeah. Most of this is action. The action itself, basically, I think breaking down the action scene by scene it would take forever, and I don't think there's much value. But basically, the Terminator tries to grab Rika. She manages to avoid getting grabbed. He noticeably doesn't use the crossbow here.
Yeah, and Eco is able to just dodge every single shot. So Ika appears, by the way. She just conveniently appears.
Yeah, she happens to. Well, we knew she was in the tunnel, so it's not like she. You at least had that sort of filler, and she doesn't dodge every shot. Remember, she does get hit.
Yeah, true.
Because I believe the crossbow, she gets hit in the leg.
Oh yeah, so they build up the Terminator built a crossbow inside itself.
Yeah. It sat down in a shrine after raiding a hardware store, and now it has a crossbow that comes out of its arm.
Yeah, true. So yeah. By the way, so the Molotov that the girl throws is able to just burn the fucking skin off this robot. It's like, oh wow, this is insane.
I was more concerned with something else. Reika's hand-to-hand combat skills affect the Terminator in any way.
Yeah.
Well, this was one of those things where it's like if it wasn't effective, it would be like, well, yeah, of course it's not. You're boxing a robot, but you're boxing a robot that can survive getting hit by multiple cars. But no, her hand-to-hand, she's able to hand-to-hand fight a Terminator.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only damage the Terminator did is like he shot a fucking arrow in her knee. I was like, oh.
Yeah. The nail in her knee.
And she's able to still run after that. Wow.
Yeah, and she's still going for a while after. Now her injuries do seem to catch up with her at random points in the show, but Aiko's main, I'd say that's the number one character issue with Aiko though, is she has plot armor, but she's also clearly aware of it, so she uses it to her advantage.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but yeah, so she's fighting the Terminator. Also, Kenta gets injured here.
for
Gets
it's like
smashed into metal shutters in Earth
so
specifically.
so
He's
yeah.
still alive, but he is injured, and he's bandaged. His head is bandaged for the rest of the show.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that, and Kanta was like not Kanta. It's like Aiko just breaks in, just open the fucking electricity of the underground tunnel. It's like, yeah, sure, I guess. Unlike the fucking underground, this shopping mall is already outdoors already now.
Yeah, so Burger, Aiko's probably the only character that we kind of like, and that she's a character that isn't ruined by the end.
Yeah. So oh yeah, at least Grace is a fucking cyborg.
Yeah, Grace is a cyborg. This is one of those things that I feel like, though, this is kind of one of those cultural fit. I almost felt like this was one of those things where the animators didn't know how strong a Terminator was, but they had it survive all that other stuff earlier, so it's iffy.
Yeah. So the Kanta. So yeah, Aiko just chase after the robot to show that even though she could just throw the fucking acid, which would be more effective
The
than
acid was much more effective. She should have opened with the acid, to be honest.
no. Yeah. So yeah. So there's them, and Aiko just catches a fucking punch from the robot. I
Yeah,
was like,
but
wow.
I did like that Aiko comes in to the fight, not shoot. It isn't that she shoots it first; she hits it with a barbell.
Yeah.
Like, wait, which, yeah, that's probably would be, that would probably affect it somewhat.
Yeah. So
But
yeah, it's
but yeah, she did, and then she has acid, which is remarkably strong acid. Apparently, we see it burn through parts of the Terminator. It burns through like a door later on.
yeah. So
But yeah, Aiko
uh,
fights it. She gets injured, but I
and
believe everybody escapes and is
and
separated.
and so the little kid. So she tells the little kid to open the fucking door.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Then Terminator
that like a
continues
door.
to go off after Reiko.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
This kid can fucking pull out elevator doors. So she can. So and because the robot is literally just smashing Aiko, and she received like zero injury. By the way, even though this guy's a
yeah.
fucking robot, that can stop a car.
Yeah, yeah. She's basically grappling the robot and
And
somehow like stopping it. Even though we see this thing tear off limbs later on and
yeah.
smash through like concrete walls.
And yeah, we just gotta be a bit quick. So Aiko pushes the robot
Yeah.
down to the elevator. Yeah, she's able to
Yeah,
overpower a fucking robot.
yeah, she managed to push it down the elevator shaft, which, like I said, she should have been dead. Her plot armor definitely kicked in there. I guess
Yeah.
she's aware of her plot armor though, because she knew it would.
Oh yeah, and she said he'll be back.
Yeah, she knows he'll be back. Yep. I at least they don't have her be like, oh, that totally took care of it, because but also, yeah, none of her attacks should have affected this thing at
And
this point.
that's just a way to that's just a fucking Easter egg line. It's like, do you remember I will be back? Yeah, she said he'll be back. Oh, sure.
I didn't even think about that. It's just such a mundane line. But yeah, there is definitely. I think that was definitely the point.
Yeah, so that's and she was like, "Was that a Terminator? How the fuck do you know that's a Terminator?" But just like, but you know, she just like, and so there's that. Aiko was like, she just got hijacked a car because apparently she just gone into a fucking shopping mall. at night, and so she's hijacked the car. And the cop saw that she has a gun, and she beats him up and stole the police car, which is fine.
Yeah. It's one of those things where a lot of the action, the problem it comes down to just the believability of it. There's some things I'm fine with if they didn't show contradictory things before. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the robot appears and just finds them like immediately. Yep. And try to attack them, and they runs away fine. And because the cops call the other cops, so apparently there's only one cop arrived with a motorcycle. There's no other cops in the way.
Yeah.
At this scene.
It is so. It is Japan. I don't know exactly how the Tokyo PD functions. I'm familiar enough with American cops. I feel like the amount of officers this Terminator has already killed at this point. Yeah, you'd have dozens of cops, not one.
And yeah, let's talk about like more of this shit. So that's the end of the episode. It's really bad, by the way. It's, oh my god.
Yeah, it's really bad. And this was what, the end of episode 4?
This is episode 3.
Right. Yeah, my brain mixed it up.
Episode 4 now. So car chase is I could just basically kill a bunch of cops as they run away. And
you do get a line where basically Reika calls her out for it, and she says, "If I fail, they're already dead anyway." And this is another one of those moments of character that I thought would be interesting to explore, because when she was fighting before, specifically with the cops, while she definitely does do a lot of damage to them, she wasn't hitting them lethally. So I feel like at this point, she's full, the gloves are off, we need to make sure we survive.
Yeah, so there's that. I'm just gonna get to the next scene. So Mikasa brings the kids to the police.
And this is where they rip off the police scene.
Yeah.
From Terminator 1.
Yeah, so there's that. So she knows that the icon is basically just to protect the kids and from the robot. So she knows that already. And so she was like, yeah, let's just talk about the fucking icon. Okay, I'm just gonna summarize because this is so stupid. So all she said is like, by the way, this resistance lady is the bad guy, by the way. She's gonna talk shit about her for the entire time instead of just like, yeah, just kill the robots, try to kill my kids. Yeah. That's all she needs to say. So it leads to the police that you're saying that she killed him. I was like, oh, well, yeah, why the fuck do you phrase things like this? All you have to say is like, he's like a robot.
Yeah. To be fair, it's one of those catch-22s. You're gonna sound well, but and actually no, because robots do exist here. Yeah. In this time, and robots are a normal thing. Like, it's some strange type of robot that's been attacking us.
Just say that
seen it do inhuman things.
Literally, episode 1, you have the fucking robot just look at a person got killed in a car crash.
Yeah, but also this is also a pet peeve of mine when it comes to basically horror franchises in general, where the person either doesn't explain what's going on or downplays it in such a way that the cops can't take it seriously, or they tell the exact truth and they tell the cops something unbelievable is happening, and therefore the cops don't take it seriously. Why can't it just be, yeah, there's a killer after us. We got separated from him. We know that she's against him.
Yeah, so
this is what he looks like.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's all she needs to say. So, but she fucking rat out the girl for no reason. Next scene. It's basically just Raika just Ika just like, oh yeah, she got chased by the cops, and the cops just catch up to her, and so she has to escape to a building. Yes, after she crashed a car, by the way, the car just
Yep.
crashes and ends into the building. So yeah, she basically just arrives there, and the helicopter just knows that she's there.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I feel like the helicopter, like, oh, a building that never that a car crashed into. Yeah, I can believe they could find in that's the right building.
Yeah, but because this episode is so nothing, I was like, I just gotta skip ahead. It's like,
Yeah, this whole part, this is kind of the around where Aiko becomes basically a prop for the show. She's no longer a character, really.
yeah, so
She's just
that
kind of there.
it's now the cop is like, so one of the good cop is like, ask kids like, do you know who the fuck this Space Misaki is? They're like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they ran her files. She doesn't have any, which, by the way, I feel like Misaki should know she has no files. This is going to have come up at some point. She's going to have like picked them up from school or something. And also, wait, we know Malcolm's files were faked. So why didn't they make fake files for Misaki?
Yeah, that's the thing. It was like, just fake her files. That's all you need to do.
You could even have a copy like, yeah, these files don't add up. Some of these dates are off. She didn't even remember what school she went to.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And so, yeah, the Terminator just arrives inside the building. Because this is because this robot is like the dumbest the dumbest person ever. Instead of just just use the disguise, alright, if you just kidnap them, she just fucking riots inside the building.
Yeah, it doesn't try to go with it doesn't try to go with any approach. It just arrives in the building and starts murdering all the cops.
Yeah, even though you have a disguise, instead of just go inside, just get the person. That's all you need to do. Just get them. And so she just kills all of them because
it kills all of the cops. It's basically just a worse version of the T1 police station scene.
Yeah, because they have no location spaces.
Yep, they don't have any original ideas, and I've said what I would have done with this story before, but I'll probably save that for later. For later.
So this is visually horrifying, visually speaking, if you don't think about logistics. It's so the cop arrives and all the colleagues are killed by fucking arrows.
Yeah, well, it's not arrows; it's like long nails. This is essentially the crossbow that the Terminator is using is essentially a nail gun.
Yeah, so the entire SWAT team should be here now.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is, yeah, because they mentioned the entire SWAT team being dispatched already to deal with something else.
Yeah, it's like,
because remember the cops are watching something on TV.
So it's like, yeah, the SWAT team should be here now. So
yeah.
if by that logic,
they should have turned around. Yeah.
Yeah. So the two cops that's in same plot armor. So the Terminator didn't shoot the cop until like at the very last moment, and the other cop just decided to just shoot him by walking closer by shooting and sort of wrestle the robot.
The Terminator does this a number of times where it has somebody at their mercy, but because they're a character that still has things to do, it does this with Aiko once in the tunnels too. It has people at its mercy, but instead just goes back to doing its goal rather than killing the people, taking the 2 seconds to kill the people that can hinder it, and then going for its goal. The Terminator does this a number of times.
Yeah, so it ends with the Terminator just pulling Aiko's Mikasa's hands off. And reveals she's a robot. Mm-hmm. And yeah.
Yeah, it pulls off Aiko's arm, or not Aiko's arm, Misaki's arm, and it's revealed Misaki is a robot, and also reveals that the Terminator could have pulled limbs off.
Yeah.
But Aiko can box it, no problem.
True. And yeah, so they stole a police car. Misaki can just hotwire a car, so fuck it.
Yeah, she knows how to do that now somehow.
And it's like, yeah, I guess she just got programmed to do that. But
Well, the other thing, now we're to the Misaki being a robot. Can I remind you, she has no CPU?
wow, yeah, that's
Yeah, because that's revealed later to create Kokoro. They needed Misaki's original CPU. So she has no CPU.
true.
She shouldn't be
So
operational at all.
okay, that's the better half of the episode, by the way.
Yeah, that is the better half. It's at least entertaining to see the Terminator go through the police station.
Yeah, so Reika, so Reika calls the dad. I'm just gonna get to Malcolm shit.
Yeah. Because
Reika
Aiko
was,
has the kid call the dad.
and Malcolm's like, yeah, I'm not gonna call them because it's
Yeah.
gonna have because Skynet's
Mal-
happening.
Malcolm
Okay,
refuses to pick up uh, as one of his missing children is calling him.
yeah, so Malcolm said, Malcolm said that to Kokoro. This is so stupid. You believe the Americans are about to bring Skynet online? You fucking what?
Basically, Kokoro is asking how Malcolm knows what he knows.
Yeah.
Or
So okay,
claims to know
no.
what he knows.
So this breaks the franchise. The
Yeah.
Terminator is Skynet is bring online August 4th. It's not brought online August 29th. It becomes self-aware August 29th. That's the difference.
Well, we've established though that the timeline is fucked for this whole
Yeah.
thing. I don't even think it's worth arguing at this point because it's just they already have broken it by bringing out robots in 1997.
Yeah, and the Kokoro is still asking, just give me a reason for us to save him, just anything. And Malcolm was like, I need more time. I can't show you. Fucking stupid. Yeah, that is the scene. He's stupid.
Because if you don't, I'll unplug you. How about that?
Yep. And yeah, so Reika was like, so the kid is like, Reika, yeah. Reika just said, so Alka just asked Reika, how the fuck do you know the Terminator? It's like, she was like, oh, he heard her dad talking in his sleep, so he knows.
And then she asked him about something he was screaming about, which was the Terminator.
So that's I don't really have anything to say about this thing. It's just like
it's one of those things that's like okay. And at this point, we don't know. We haven't had the confirmation of necessarily who the dad is, what he knows. We know that he has knowledge of the future and is likely a time traveler, but they hold on to that info.
Yeah. So yeah. So the cops kidnap the kids and Reika and Aiko.
Burger, you're correct. The timeline has basically been fucked from go because they tried to make everything canon.
Yeah, we haven't even got to the retcons yet. Even more retcons. Yep. So yeah, they got captured and the news got launched. Yep. So what happened to T2? John Connor, Sarah Connor, stop the fucking, and the Terminator.
I always believed that there was no stopping Skynet necessarily. I always assumed it was a delay at best.
Oh, even that. Okay.
I'm a believer in the T3 timeline. It was inevitable. It was going to happen. They didn't stop it.
Okay, even that, I was like, okay, assuming they didn't stop Skynet in that film.
They probably delayed it.
Okay, because it's canon. So in T3, it happens 10 years later.
Yeah.
This is in 1997.
Yep, that's the real problem. This is why I say you have to treat this like it's its own timeline without any connection to the Terminator franchise outside of surface level stuff. I don't think you can, because just nothing connects. Everything's broken if you try to consider the canon.
Yeah, and apparently nukes are launched from outer space. Yeah,
well, I think they're supposed to be intercontinental missiles.
It's even worse. They launched the missile. They launched the nukes to outer space and arrived back on Earth.
Yeah, basically they go to all the way to outer space, and then they land. Which
That's not how nukes work, you dumb fuck. It will never leave outer space.
yeah, it would probably never go to outer space. That would be a lot. That'd be a lot of extra energy.
Yeah. And some actually launched nukes on the fucking satellite. It was like, wow, you don't have that. You have that technology in 1997. That's not how nukes work.
You say that like there isn't robots. Like anytime oh, that's not how that technology works. I just have to bring up the robots again.
No, at least not in the Terminator franchise. There's like, why is there so much advanced technology here? Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I assumed, my assumption at this point was essentially Malcolm had a hand in advancing technology to an extent where, but because he has all this knowledge of robotics in the future, which we learn later on, his presence in this timeline, it causes technology to jump forward. Essentially, was my view on it, and I think that's still probably the most accurate. The problem is the whole story is botched. Have they revealed at this point? I can't remember. Have they revealed at this point what the Terminator and Aiko's actual goals are?
No, not yet. It's in the next episode. So I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah,
So Kokoro said, yeah, you predicted American did launch Skynet. And they launched nukes.
How did you know? Is basically your next
Yes.
question.
And it's like, oh my god. And so it's like, instead of, because this is because it forgot how Terminator the timeline works, so we just gotta say fuck it.
Yeah.
And it's like, and he was like, and Malcolm's like, oh, can you please, and Kokoro was just like, just give me something so I can save you guys. That's all she said again. Because
and he's basically like, not yet, but soon. I just need more time. Like, this is not the time for negotiation. You should be reaching for anything. He seems weirdly confident throughout the whole thing that basically that he won't be, that the AI is going to do what he wants them to do.
And Malcolm was like, oh, I don't know what you gotta do if I bring you online. And Kokoro was like, yeah, you don't know. It's like asking this unborn baby have a good life yet. And he was like, and I wasn't born yet. Motherfucker, you're born like years already. You're literally having arguments with Malcolm. Your fellow is not gonna change even if they brought you online. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're not gonna. They're treating it like there's some new secret information about humanity or revelation that she hasn't been aware of. But she's been arguing already about not saving humans. Like, at this point, it is kind of like, okay, well, Malcolm's choice isn't really a choice. It's the die or turn on Kokoro and maybe not die.
Yep. So
it's like it's silly.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And Malcolm said it's fate. Fucking ripping off line from Dark Fate. I'm not. You're kidding me. It's fate. If such a thing truly exists, we're just blindly walking to our doom. And it's like okay, can you stop agreeing with the fucking? Can you stop agreeing with the robot?
Can I elect another person to argue in favor of humanity?
Oh my god, this is so stupid. The war.
This advocate sucks. Can we get a new one? Can we sub them in?
Yeah. It's a battle of eternity. Nothing makes sense. And so it's a battle. Okay, Skynet, the war, and the nightmares. It's a battle that has been playing out for eternities. But you, Kokoro, you have yet to happen for me, dumbass.
Yeah, well, basically it's like, but Kokoro wasn't launched in the future, so this is the only choice I have that doesn't lead to the exact same future, which is true, by the way. That is that is probably one of the few lines of logic he has that does kind of follow.
Yeah, and he was like, "There is no fate." Literally, and then the line from Terminator Dark Fate. You kidding me?
Yeah, the aping Dark Fate of all things.
I mean, they ate from Genesis already, so fuck it. Yeah, so he got him. So he got it online, and
Yep.
and yeah, that's the end of the episode.
Yep. End of episode 3.
Four.
I've lost track of the because I'm just doing it off memory and notes at this point, which
Yep.
the notes were just incoherent right by the end of it.
Yeah, so that's so this is the fucking show we're dealing with.
That means we're getting into episode 5.
Oh my god.
This is where the real cringe begins.
Yay. So yeah. Okay, so because this show doesn't have any original ideas, we gotta have a playground scene, and the news launch got burned.
The second playground nuke scene.
Because we're gonna have to show that, because we have to see it from Terminator 2, but don't worry, this is a hologram.
But this isn't even the first time they aped this scene from Terminator 2.
Yes. And you heard that right. The CEO can just press a button on the computer and it launches Kokoro worldwide. You are kidding me.
I don't think that's how that works.
No. Just say.
Well, especially because she gets access to even like private systems and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, how does the world even allow that? It's like, because Scan is supposed to be a defense system, so basically it's approved by every government already. Not Kokoro. Kokoro is like literally his project built in the basement.
Yeah. Well, also any government that Skynet isn't approved by Skynet is probably built specifically to infiltrate their systems anyway.
And yeah, and Kokoro, get it, launch a nuke in space and intercept every single nuke in the world.
Did she intercept all of them in general or just Japan?
She intercept one of them. That's it.
We see it intercepted, so we can at least assume she has technically stopped Judgment Day or delayed it, or at least over Japan specifically, because Japan isn't nuked through the story. We don't get any confirmation about the state of the rest of the world.
Oh, she said she stopped the nukes.
Okay, yeah. So, which I assumed the idea would be, rather than launch another nuke at it to stop it, she just basically accesses a remote detonation so that they detonate in the sky.
Yeah. So, yeah,
but also, that much nuclear fallout just getting released in our atmosphere, it's still bad.
Yeah, it's like, wow.
Yeah, we're all kind of still probably fucked now.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that would do.
Yeah, true. And the nukes. That's the only reason they have the nukes launched outer space is because they need a way to intercept the nukes.
Yeah, without destroying the planet.
Basically,
because it's still hundreds, if not thousands, of nukes going on. But yeah, I assume that's probably why it was all going into space.
Yeah,
so we don't have to worry about the atmosphere questions.
Yeah, that's true. And Kokoro said, "Skynet may ultimately prove to be my enemy. We will soon see. I have access to every piece of data knowledge known to man. This gives me a much clearer picture of all of your complexities." By the way,
she also sees your search history.
Oh, yeah. So this robot access to everything. I was like, yeah, I still can't see the good in the humanity. You dumbass.
Oh no! I know what doomed humanity. It found Rule 34.
Oh my god.
So, it was like, no, this species needs to be wiped out.
You're kidding me. So yeah, we're gonna talk about this. Keep going. This okay. So yeah, Okay, so Tokoros, I think Skynet may have been too quick to judge you as a species.
Skynet
Okay.
has been too quick to, but we know that Skynet's entire thing is that it did it in self-preservation so that humans don't turn it off.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, this fucking thing just got retconned. They just ignore that this ever happened. So fuck it.
Yeah, it's like it's treating them as interchangeable, but for some reason, even though these are entirely different motivations, self-preservation, which is Skynet's goal,
Yeah,
versus some like condemnation of humanity as these evil, vile creatures. These are two very different positions. Skynet's not doesn't really hold the humans bad because they look what they did to this world. No, it's just like I don't want to be turned off. No.
that's it. So yeah, and so Kakar was like, yeah, I'm gonna judge you more first. So I'm gonna hack everyone worldwide, shut off every electricity and radio communication. Oh, okay, actually, at least just communication.
And then have the Enos start murdering people for some reason.
Innocent people, by the way. Even the
Yeah,
janitors.
doctors.
Yeah.
Remember, the first thing we see is attacking a them killing random people in a hospital.
Yeah.
A
So that's
random person who's just fleeing.
basically, and so because we know that, Aiko got escaped, and a robot saw her. I was like, oh, and instead of just grabbing her, she just grabbed a gun. Even if you go by later, that's nonsensical. She should just take her as hostage as well. And so the kid saved her.
Basically, Aiko is spared. They're spared because they're not armed, even though the guy that was just murdered wasn't armed.
Yep, true.
Yeah, and the Enos are taking people prisoner. They are at that point. They are essentially taking people prisoner, rounding them up, announcing what happened with Skynet in the nuclear attacks.
Yeah, and so the robot saw the babysitter Misaki, and it's like, oh, she's a robot, so we're not gonna attack her. Fuck it, sure.
The robots have a racial delineation.
Yeah.
Even though Skynet is already kind of a potential enemy. Also, is this the part where we already see how the Terminator is getting around with having to fight the Enos?
Not yet, so don't worry about it. So the military sent two tanks and 2 machine guns. What the yeah, just 2 tanks and machine guns, not a fucking
I think you can assume there's probably more, and there's probably more fighting. This is just what it shows us. But either way,
yeah,
I don't buy that the robots would be able to win.
Yeah, there should be a lot more people in the military for that. Yeah. And now the robots decided to attack Terminator, even though it doesn't attack Misaki because she's a robot.
Yeah, it does. It's weird because they established this early on. The Enos seem to have a weird sort of inability to perceive Misaki.
Yeah, and there's, even if you argue it's Kokoro, like what the Kokoro, there's no way Kokoro is know that this robot and Terminator and Misaki are not the same.
Not only that, but Kokoro also doesn't know yet about who Misaki is. They have no reason to spare Misaki.
So yeah, they just a lot of bullshit again. Fuck it. Yep. And yeah, so the Terminator kills all of the robots.
Yep.
And so, okay, now we got the review. This is so stupid. So so Aika said, you know that this is gonna happen, didn't you, from the future? Both of our objectives are the same. I came to shut down Kokoro. The Terminator came to control Kokoro.
Yep. So yeah, it's established that the Terminator's goal is to have Malcolm reprogrammed Kokoro to be subservient to Skynet, and her job is to stop Kokoro from ever being launched. We never really get why she's supposed to stop Kokoro getting launched. We never get what Kokoro does in the future, ever. Not throughout the entire show.
So yeah, shows like even that was like you guys don't even know what Kokoro is, and that at this time.
Yeah. Basically, there's no mention of Kokoro outside of by the Resistance or by the machines. I
Yeah.
think all in the future. It's just they're sending a Terminator to kill this guy Malcolm. Okay, well we have to send someone back to stop that because whatever the machines are up to is no good. That's what I viewed it as. But her objective being to stop Kokoro. Also, if that's the case, why doesn't she? Then why doesn't she just help kill Malcolm with the truck? She
Yeah.
could have saved. Yeah. Instead of running over the Terminator, she could have run over Malcolm.
Pretty much. Oh god. So okay. So okay, let's just continue because there's so much shit to get through this scene. If Skynet and Kokoro decide to align or go to war with each other, there will be no survivors.
Well, I mean, Skynet already goes to war with humanity and doesn't fail. Having Kokoro potentially on humanity's side, I feel like if anything, that's even if Kokoro doesn't ultimately side with humanity, I feel like we're at a net negative there. We're trading one evil AI for another.
It's like, and so her logic is like, yeah, because they might align. Like, bro, girl, you saw the future. There's no way they got aligned.
Well, also, yeah, you were in the future. You were in the reality where this should have happened, where things should have gone without the time travel, or unless I guess maybe the Terminator shuts down. If she didn't go back in time, the Terminator shuts down.
Actually, you know what? She should have known that Kokoro did something because the nukes are not launched.
Yeah.
I mean,
the nukes didn't hit.
Yeah,
that's already changed, and that's my view almost of why she's not as necessarily aggressive later on through the show as because at this point she's in uncharted territory. The Judgment Day has happened and stopped.
Yeah, so yeah, and Kokoro just stops everything. And yeah, I know there's killer robots, but like, dude, the nukes are not launched yet. That's already a better option, you dumbass.
Yes, I'll take the killer robots marching through the streets. That might not kill me.
So you literally just changed the future and you didn't fucking notice. And the other logic is like, but if Kokoro and Skynet decide to go to war, there will be no survivors. Dude, if they go to war, it will be an internet battle, not a fucking physical battle using Earth weapons.
Yeah, it's data flinging code at each other. Basically, worst case scenario is that one of them wins and then turns up and wants to kill humanity, and then we're in the same place we would have been anyway. But now they have less nukes.
Yep. So yeah, this is stupid. So Kokoro's logic makes no sense. Okay, so not Kenta. It's like Rika asks, "What happens now?"
Yeah, Rika asking what I think is actually a rather pertinent question. What do we do now?
And she was like, "Aren't you from the future?" I was like, and Ika was like, "Oh yeah, if you're going you're going to the past, you got to change the timeline." So it's like,
yeah, we get the new explanation for how time travel, I guess, works, which they swap it to parallel universes. Anytime anyone goes back in time, you're basically rolling the dice on a new universe.
What's the point of time travel again?
No, there's none. And apparently Skynet somehow hasn't realized this because it's not like Skynet, a machine presence wouldn't, I don't know, test how time travel works.
I mean, if you go by the original version, yeah, they just got the Skynet basically just go fuck it. But now it's like, oh, so you have time travel in 2022. Of course, you gotta know that. Even that, we got 6 Terminator films that said, yeah, no, you're wrong. It's not gonna go back to the fucking alternate timeline. It's still going back to your past, not a multiverse.
Yeah, it's really confusing and stupid and makes the time travel essentially pointless.
And retcons the entire franchise. Oh my god.
Yeah, how the time travel works has always kind of been the Pandora. It's the Pandora's box of Terminator. You don't explain any more than you have to, because the moment you go into detail, the moment you have to deal with all the problems time travel actually creates.
Even Genesis said, like, yeah, you go back to the past, you change the future. It's like, oh, sure, fuck it. Even that was like, that is a completely different rule than what this movie said.
Well, you can assume that there's some change somehow. Whether it's that change always happened or not is somewhat the question. But you have to assume, in order for any of the franchise to make sense, there's some degree of change that happens with time travel, and it's helped a lot by the fact that you have one-way time travel. You can't, once you go, for most of the franchise at least, once you go through, it's a one-way trip. There's no way back.
So yeah, there's a lot to go through. So the girl was like, yeah, what would that do now? So after this, she said the Terminator is gonna get your brother get your brother to force your father to reprogram Skynet. That's her assumption. That's not the fact. So
yeah, it's essentially, and I assume she's kind of projecting what her plan was, and outside of, she was going to threaten them to shut down Kokoro, even though her argument against Kokoro is stupid, because the future has no idea what Kokoro is as an element.
Yeah, so she just based on assumptions for no reason now. So and now she said once it achieves, so it's okay. This is basically the line from T1. Once it achieves its mission, it will kill your entire family. It has no, yeah. This is,
and then she's like, "That's just how it works." Which, look, I believe that the Terminator probably would kill them all. Just to, like, okay, now nobody can, like, reprogram it again.
Yeah.
But at least no one in this family, no one who would have had access to any information that might be used.
Yeah. So yeah, Reika just took the line from T1. It's like, yeah, it feels nothing. It has no limits, low. And so Kenta was like, oh no, Reika was like, why can't that program reprogram Kuroko? Why does it have to kill us too? And this.
Because that's just how it's programmed. That's just how it's made. That's how it works.
The fuck, man! Isn't Malcolm the fucking person who made this? Of course you can reprogram it.
Well, if you're talking about with Skynet, that's the thing. There are arguments for why it would probably kill them all.
Yeah,
because the kids might have at least seen something that could help somebody else unprogram it or reprogram it.
So yeah, I was literally watching this. I was like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, Malcolm can reprogram Kokoro, but no, it's like the Terminator has particular objective in this mission. The machine have come to see your whole family.
Yeah, well, which I assumed the idea was just, oh, well, we might as well wipe out back when the idea was clearly that the Terminators were obviously there to kill Malcolm and his family. I was kind of like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Just make sure to wipe them all out, just so none of them, especially with seeing Kenta being highly gifted with machines too. I can believe the Terminator would be like, wipe him out too, just in case.
Yeah, after stopping the father, so yeah, fine. So Reika was like, yeah, we gotta have to find my brother now. Yeah, no, you have to find no. You have to find your father now.
Yeah, the father is the most important element. And that's the weird thing, because the kids would obviously be able to get access to the building. As far like, okay, maybe not if the Inos are in control, but I don't even know how the Inos are in control because we know for a fact there's another door to. Actually, I'll bring that up later. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like
apparently the Enos were able to disable the EMP devices, or
yeah.
at least Kokoro was able to have access to those systems.
Yeah, so it's like so they're like it's got we have to find a brother because it will try to use your brother to lure your father out.
Yeah,
I was like
which that makes sense. Use the kids to lure 'em, to try to bait them out, even though we know that's not going to work because it hasn't worked already.
yeah, so this Jacob brain was like instead of just telling your father to just reprogram the robot to just stop to just like help deal with the Terminator. It was like let's find a brother. So but fuck it. And it's like, so she was like, okay, so do you know where so Reika, this Jacob brain was like, okay, I know where they're going.
Yeah, well, it's because I think that we had a place we were all heading before. I might as well keep to that trajectory because they knew I was heading there. I thought that was kind of the
No,
frame of reference, which kind of makes sense, I guess.
no, of course not now. Because now there's a fucking killing robot on the streets.
Yeah, that does confuse things. Like, did this amusement park not have any robots that worked there? By the way,
Yeah, I was like, they're going to the cat town. I was like, no, my first assumption would be they're going back to their father who has Kokoro.
yeah, we're heading. Yeah, we're heading to the back to the apartment because that's a central place to meet up. That's somewhere somebody would probably go to. Everyone knows where it is.
Yeah.
I guess the Terminator also knows where it is. Or I think them going to the dad, if you had the argument before they split up of it would be too dangerous because the Enos are out and about,
Yeah, even Dada was like, Kokoro is gonna I guess objective to find your father. So it's like, of course she was like, I'm gonna find your father, of course, and she's gonna have solutions.
Yeah, it feels like Aiko doesn't really know what to do here, but they don't have. She's not a character anymore at this point. At this point, she's just a plot device.
Yeah, so she just like instead of this smart option there, she just listened to a stupid kid. So there's that.
And we don't even get her arguing any like perspective or anything. She's just there because we need somebody to fight the robots when necessary.
Yep.
So at this point, they could have literally killed her off at this episode, and the story would have probably not changed that much.
Fair. Now, so next scene, we got speed up it. You got speed up a bit.
Yep. We're already pretty.
Okay, actually, don't really have much to say because it's just Reika was like, I think this Mikasa is a spy because she's a robot for that.
Yeah, which is understandable idea.
Yeah, and the other hero was like, I don't think so. She's nice because she's so stupid. He's stupid.
Yeah, the other kid doesn't even get a character. He's nothing. He's just the stupid kid, the stupid but big-hearted kid, basically.
Yes. Yeah. So Kenta was like, I'm gonna deactivate you now. I was like, no. Well, no.
Kenta, why are you trying to deactivate the people that are still helping? You can deactivate her later.
Yeah, true. I was like, after this is over. So Mikasa was like, I still care about you. Kenta was like, you're programmed low. So there's that.
Yeah, which he's right.
Yep.
As far as he knows, she is a robot programmed with the purpose of taking care of them.
And so the other kid doesn't like it, so force him to apologize, even though he has nothing to apologize for. I love back.
Yeah, especially because this is the weirdest franchise to do this with too.
Yeah.
Terminator. Because if I remember right, we have the scene that fully finishes off Misaki's character coming.
Yeah. So this is gonna be next episode, but oh well, we're just gonna do this. So yeah. So this is stupid. And Kanta was like, so Kanta just fixes her arm.
Yep.
Was like,
I guess it's just established he can do tech things
yeah.
to a prodigious level.
Yeah, so she can do tech arms.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
so he can just build an arm for her. I mean, I get the sentiment that he's gotta trust her more.
I guess the idea is he really just rewired a broken Eno's arm into her, which maybe I can buy it because it's not if it's just okay, I just need to figure out the correct wires and then I need to find a way to attach it. Okay,
No,
maybe depends really how complex is she made.
yeah, even that was like you have to attach an arm inside a ripped arm, so it's not that. So it's no.
How did he connect it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Like, does he have access to a welding torch?
Yeah. True. Oh my god! And then next one, Hero was like, yeah, they're going to Catan, by the way, because that's where they're going, and
Yeah. So the way Hero explains it is that Reika has a habit of overthinking, and so she's going to think that we are going to think that she's going to continue going to Cat Town, and so she's going to continue going there because that's how she is going to think it.
That's gibberish.
It is. It doesn't quite make sense. Like, I kind of understood what they were going for, but there's not nearly enough characterization for basically any of these kids to be able to like pull this weird thing out.
And all of the characters will be like, what the fuck? Of course she's not gonna go there. There's a bunch of killer robots. Your mom is not gonna matter. Your dad mom memory is not gonna matter as much as your safety.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It would be one thing if it was like, no. Cat Town doesn't use robots or anything. It's like if that was a thing about Cat Town, it's an older amusement park. It doesn't use robots or anything. That maybe they could have argued that, but we don't get any information about Cat Town as a place, so there's no argument for them to go there. That really there isn't, other than this is where we were already headed there, so I guess we might as well.
So yeah, there's that. So let's continue because next scene is Malcolm. You fucking so Kokoro just shows that she's killing people on the streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Malcolm sees all of this and he's just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, and it was like, you're supposed to defend us for humanity, not to slaughter us. I make you a prisoner. I was meant to, and he was like, I was meant to be your weapon, so that's why I'm got motherfucking humanity, I guess.
Get the fuck over it. So's a soldier. Those are still humans.
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing? It's like, okay.
Yeah, this is probably one of the least important of the, because at this point they've already talked all the bullshit about philosophy and stuff, so it just comes down to I was meant to be a weaponry. It's just retreading old ground mostly, and then it's you know what robots are meant to be, what the word comes from, slave, and it's like okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
You were built to do work we didn't want to do. That's
no shit. And so Robot was like, Kokoro was like, I know that your species was not willing to tolerate my existence. No, we love your existence. You fuck. Yeah,
you just saved us from nuclear annihilation. I think you could make. I think at this point the argument would be easy to make.
No, we love robots. What the? Yeah, literally show the show love robots. Literally show that. The only reason that we don't like Skyline is because they try to nuke us. Of course, yeah. Maybe you should be like, no, you are the dangerous one because you try to nuke us.
Yeah, like this is Malcolm is just Malcolm being shit at arguing for humanity more.
Yeah,
it's not much special to say really about this scene.
It's just Kokoro be like, you pull the dumbest arguments ever, and she just could not counter even the dumbest arguments.
Nope. Well, she doesn't bother trying to. She was like, well, no, but you know what? I'm a slave, so fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Uh,
yeah, that's so yeah, it's so stupid. It's like, and so what? So Malcolm asks, "Why the fuck don't you just kill everyone already?" So
yeah,
Kokoro
why
was like,
didn't you kill everyone if you're just gonna kill people?
"Good question." So Kokoro said, "Because part of me think that humans will be the key to ultimately defeat Skynet." What the fuck? What does
I
that
wish
mean?
that was explained. What does she mean by that? Because she seems to be doing pretty well at beating Skynet already.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, why don't you just do that as well? Yeah, you can just defeat Skynet yourself. You don't need humanity. Even that was like, even so,
I,
she was.
yeah. I mean, I guess the best you could say is maybe it's a stalemate between her and Skynet right now, and it's kind of like they can't really do much, but they don't do anything to establish that. We've seen her stop the nukes.
Yeah, if Rayka was like, yeah, I need you to stop humanity, stop Skynet. I was like, all she need to do is have the robot said, stop Skynet. I want you guys to help stop Skynet and build up resistance. I will shoot you if you kill, instead of just immediately kill innocent people.
Yeah, yeah. The terrified guy who's just impulsively goes for the weapon because he wants to not be a prisoner
Yeah.
from the murderous robots that probably just gunned down a bunch of people in front of him.
Yep. And so the
It's,
Kokoro just like, perhaps you are my weapon now. Yeah, right. You need him as a weapon, I guess. And you kill innocent people. Kill the people who actually can use guns to fight.
yeah, it's yeah. This whole part, I feel like this whole part is just filler. It's just to
Yeah.
fill the time before the
It
climax at this point.
all it did is like just say, okay, why did you not stop us from killing? Because reasons. Because literally just like, because the reason is, yeah, we may need you.
Yeah, yeah, you might be useful. We'll find something to put you guys to work for. Don't worry.
Yay.
It's kind of funny because my assumption was, oh, okay, so basically it's going to be a case of rather than destroy all of humanity, it's, oh, well, the robots are going to enslave all of humanity, which it is a step up.
Yep. So let's go to the next scene because the Terminator just built a machine, so they can blink lights and just let the robot realize. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
basically he's the robots now look at him as actually it's more like the robots don't see him at all
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know how does that
at
work.
this
Just
point.
blink lights. It's like that's not how
Uh,
Kokoro works. If Kokoro just knows that, wait, I can't hack you. You're gonna have
it,
problems. It's
uh,
not gonna. It's not gonna be fucking lights, man.
yeah, this idea that they also if people know how that the people are going to know how these robots work because people are going to have worked around them. Hell, people are probably tinkered with them. Like no like normal humans were like, the lights, I'm gonna set up of this flashlight so that the robots see me as one of their own.
Yeah.
uh,
That's so stupid for Terminator, and even Kokoro to even have this logic. Yeah, and then the rest of the episode doesn't really have much. It's just a bunch of montage.
yeah, yeah, the rest of the episode is really just well, was it 6 or 5 that goes into the new no wait, oh, we already went into the time traveler. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, which we got from the Prophet, which is kind of our only other scene, I think.
Yeah, true. So yeah, end of the episode. That's it. Robots are enslaving humans now. Cause get it? I hate my
Yep.
life. And
Yeah,
yeah,
and like I said, I'd take it over Skynet.
yay. I guess. I mean, I could doesn't have a brain.
Well, look, if you're enslaved, at least you get to keep living. You can figure a way out of it.
Yay. So yeah, next episode. Aiko and the Prophet just talks about time travel.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Aiko and the Prophet talking about it, and this is where we get the lore that basically now time travel doesn't affect the present at all, and everyone has that wrong. And the prophet is the one telling us this, and basically is
Wow.
telling her, yeah, nothing you do there is going to affect any of the people here.
So what the fuck even do that? Just 5 minutes.
It's essentially rolling the dice on it to see if the new reality is better. But it makes it so the time travel is pointless. There's no reason that Skynet would not realize this by now. Skynet would have tested this.
Yep. And so Paradox even said, no, okay, Prophet even said Skynet got the data wrong when they started sending Terminators
back in time in order to
assassinate
eliminate the resistance leaders. Which this is the point where I was like, oh, so is this a reality? Because they have a line about so many leaders and battles have been fought there. I got the impression that the idea is basically, technically everything is canon, but everything's been retconned so many times that in universe, essentially, that this is essentially its own reality, because John got killed, Sarah got killed, what's her name from Dark Fate probably got killed.
Yeah, so I was so fucking. I was like, I would literally hate this line. So
Yeah,
it's so
it's nonsense. It doesn't really tell us anything, but the potential implications, if you think about it, it's basically Dark Fate.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, what's the point of doing anything?
Yeah, well, they should have just not acknowledged it at this point and just gone with this is a reimagining, essentially.
Yeah, so this entire thing is just gibberish. I'm not going to talk about.
Yep.
It just
it's the Pandora's box trying to go into the time travel mechanics of Terminator. Don't do it. Unless you're ready for it.
Just follow Terminator law. That's all you need to do. Just follow the rules. Apparently, that's too hard.
Well, we know there's an effect on the timeline because it's happened before. We don't know necessarily any of the inner workings of time travel, and we're probably better for it.
Yeah. So Aiko is arriving in the train station, and a robot spots them. Why the fuck? So that goes nowhere, by the way.
Yeah, no, I forgot. Yeah, because it's like I said before, Aiko is not a character anymore. She's just a plot device around to fight when we need someone to fight.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, okay, so I'm gonna deal with this shit. So next thing is the fucking scene.
Is this the Misaki scene?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, so we open on Misaki and the boys. They seem to be traveling down an area by, I believe, a shrine or a graveyard. I think it was a graveyard.
Yeah.
And they see one of the machines is strung up over under an arch.
Okay, so by the way, I forgot to say this one line in the last scene. So she said she's gonna stop Judgment Day.
It's already stopped.
Yeah.
Well, mission accomplished. This is the problem with Aiko. Aiko is definitely the only character that's not completely wrecked, but it's only because she's essentially the plot basically has to justify her staying involved at all, and then she's not a character anymore. She's just a plot device, and they need to that's why she's off screen so much. You don't get any more of her perspective. You don't get any more views. You don't get her maybe even learning basically my presence here was superfluous. Nothing she actually does in the story matters.
So that's all she said. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah. So just like, okay, the motivation makes no sense. Now we can get back to the stupid scene. Yeah.
Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator many. That's kind of what happened.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah. Next scene. So remember the fucking bomb scene with the cats?
Yeah, no. Yeah, the bot the yeah, so you have the boys and Misaki are traveling through a graveyard. They come across a strung up machine. Misaki takes this very, very personally, I guess, because now she's adapted the racial identity of being a machine.
So she tries to save it. Even
And
though
she tries to cut it down while also being responsible for two young children.
yeah, remember this is Misaki. She cares about machine now for no reason.
Yeah, yeah. And this is one of those. And then the people at this place try to stop her because it's a bomb.
Yeah.
It goes off. She survives because, well, she's a machine. I guess
Yeah.
all of
So
them are bomb proof.
so just this part. So Misaki is so stupid that she was like, yeah, because robots are slaves now. I'm sad. Even though
Also, is this really the time while they're gunning people down in the street?
no, literally, her logic is basically just Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, Jurassic World Lost World, like the second movie, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
Jurassic World 2 was like, okay, why did I want to save it? Because they are human, they're living, just like me. Yes, because I'm a guy. I'm gonna go to prison and release a bunch of criminals, a bunch of murderers, a bunch of rapists, because we're humans.
Hey, look, those serial killers. Is it really just that we keep them in solitary confinement? Maybe we should just let them out.
Yeah, sure, fuck it.
No, don't kill them either. Just let them out.
Yeah,
Let them
just
do
let them
their
out.
thing.
Yeah, that's.
But no,
so
I
smart.
think the analogy you made of this is this is literally the equivalent of while you're actively being invaded, coming across somebody who killed in the invader, like you're actively getting invaded by the Nazis, and you see somebody celebrating the death of a Nazi that they managed to defeat, and then you kill them for that because that is what she does.
Yeah,
No
so
nuance. There's no
it's just
nothing.
robots are slaves, human bad. Fucking
It's oh my god, look, this is such an anti-Terminator as a franchise scene essentially. Like
yeah,
this is not the franchise that you do the pro machines argument for. The machines goal is to wipe out humanity.
oh my god. Yeah. So yeah, that's just a part of it. So yeah, this is a fucking bomb, and the guy was like, "No, don't do it."
Yeah. We have seen these machines gun down innocent or beat innocent people to death through the hospital, but it's not like these machines have only attacked people who are resisting.
Yeah, true. And so she got bombed. I was like, and was like, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, they're just literally resisting, trying not to get killed. And so
Yeah.
this is a trap. It's a stupid trap. All they need to do is just close the door. But fuck it.
Not only that, but why are the machines gonna care that one of their own gets strung up? They don't have emotions.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so
It's like, oh shit, we have to rebuild Bob.
yeah, and so they're like, oh, and so the humans like, oh fuck, she's a machine. We gotta smash it. I was like, yeah, fair.
Based. That is the correct argument. Yeah, in this situation, you would definitely want to be like, no, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's not a human. That's a machine. Machines are currently gunning people down.
Yeah.
At best, you might go well. It's going away. I guess we don't want to risk attracting more attention by gunning it down. We're in a fortified location and have just Misaki walk off or something.
But this movie was like, but this show was like, yeah, this is evil, by the way. And
Yep.
so
Yeah.
and
it's clearly portraying these guys as the bad guys.
even though they're literally doing all the logical things, the robot just takes just takes Hero because Hero was like, and he said, I'm just trying to protect you, kid. Because
Yeah, they're like, no, they try to take the kids because obviously the kids are in danger.
yeah,
This is a machine. The machines have currently taken over Tokyo.
true. And so this and now, do you know what the Misaki do?
She goes Terminator mode. She kills them all. Well, most of them. Yeah,
I was in shock by that. I was like,
oh yeah, no. The worst thing is, it's not it's not like she had to with the level of strength and power she's exhibiting now, which she didn't have before. She's never had this level of strength before.
Yeah, yeah. So I was like, wait, what?
She kills a guy with a headbutt.
No, literally. I mean, it's not like she's unconscious, so she's have no memory while she's doing that. Like
Yeah, she's entirely conscious of her actions to the point where she talks.
Yeah, when she just basically just deactivate battle mode. That's basically what happened. When she sees a kid, it was like, oh, yeah, just got deactivate the mode, just to talk to him. I was like, wow, Misaki is just so ruined. It was like, yeah, I'm gonna kill every innocent people. It's basically just protecting themselves. And
it's not even like it's not even like just disabling these people. She is just murdering them.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much damage they could actually do to her anyway. I mean, we've seen these robots take a hell of a lot of abuse already.
Yeah, so I mean that's so all, and she didn't try to negotiate. She just tried to kill them. So that's like, oh my god, what are you doing?
And then the guy randomly decides, I guess I'll threaten the child. Yeah. Not even threaten. He basically is going to kill the kid, just to spite her.
Yeah, and so he is like, right, you killed all my friends. It's your fault. And Misaki was like, no, let him go. No, say you're sorry first. I'm sorry. I was like, of course. I actually can't feel. I actually feel bad for this guy. I was like, you killed all my friends. It's like, yeah. Why do you do that? I feel really bad for this guy. Really.
Yeah. It should be. You killed all my friends for what? And for this, yeah. That should have been the thing. And there's a level of sympathy. Now that sympathy I have for him is gone the moment he's like, no, I'm gonna shoot a kid.
Yeah,
nothing to do. Who had basically nothing to do with it. He's just a retarded kid.
Yeah. So Ranka just shoot the guy.
Yeah. We can't just shot him because he was about to shoot his brother, which it makes sense.
Yeah, and
then Kenta is also immediately once again like, yeah, we need to get rid of this machine. Go away, get away from us.
Was like, you try to kill all of them, and Misaki was like, yeah, it was like, I'm not like other robots. Dude, you kill all those innocent kids, innocent people.
You just killed like 4 people,
and who are literally just self-defending.
But she could easily have disabled them. Or even if she maimed them, that would still be bad, but at least you wouldn't have killed them.
Yeah. So stupid. And she was like, okay, this is her argument for why she shouldn't shoot her. Because I can feel things. Cool. You feel nothing when you kill those innocent people.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't even reflect on it, really.
Yeah. So it was like, I'm not trying to kill you. And so
this is a weird thing with Misaki. The moment that she realizes she's a robot, basically she becomes, well, in here, like, she has a brief few scenes of like, oh, what does it mean? What's it, considering, like, and thinking and really, she still has feelings. She still has this and that and the other. But then at this point, yeah, she should be destroyed by the fact that she just had to kill people.
Yeah, it's so. And by the way, I'm just gonna say this: if her argument is like, I can feel stuff, I can feel empathy, it was like, dude, Malcolm, just reprogram Misaki into a Kokoro. That's all you needed to do. You can so you can.
What's the point of? I guess maybe Kokoro's plugged into a larger system or something.
It was like no. Also, it was like so you can make good AI. It's like just make a good AI. That's it.
You already had a good AI. I don't know why Kokoro was ever needed. You could have just used the old version of Misaki.
Yeah. So Hero stops him.
Yep.
I was like, you're stupid because she cares about us. Yeah, sure, if you say so. I mean, yeah, this kid is stupid. So she is a stupid kid.
Hero's a complete moron, but he's never had a character either. So he's just the slightly emotional kid, I guess.
Yeah. So Kanta was like, yeah, fuck you. He's leave. He's got to get a gun and leave.
Well,
It's like, I'm gonna get your sister. I was like, yeah, he's right.
Yeah, he is completely in the right.
Yeah. So Malcolm was like, okay. So next scene, Malcolm Coral shit. I was like, Malcolm was like, I have a profound thought.
Yep. Malcolm is like, I had a profound thought. Oh, and how are you going to finally prove this to me? I'm not telling you.
Yeah.
Go get my kids.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's like,
if your kids are, because this is the weird thing. It's like, I don't know why he has to do all this like convince. Well, actually, I do, but it's still stupid because we get the whole thing later.
Yeah, sure.
But I'll leave off of that. You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, so yeah, he just didn't answer anything, and he all he did was like, so he's like, yeah, I know all the questions. I'm gonna tell you what happened. So my kid got a car crash, and he was like, oh, and he was like, he thought.
Yeah. This is the reveal of what happened with the mother.
And it's like she died by a car crash, and
she died in a bus accident,
and that's it. I was like, someone assassinated, and I thought that someone assassinated her, but no, it's just a pure accident.
The funny thing is, like, this I feel like this is one of those times where the show defeats some otherwise okay scene. It assassinates one of its prior scenes that was halfway decent by, like, because remember, we had the lines with Misaki kind of referring to the 1995 terrorist attacks.
No, yeah, so...
it wasn't. It was just a normal bus accident.
Yep. So
bus driver had a heart attack while driving.
Fuck's sake. So yeah, Malcolm said her death was pointless and meaningless. Wow, what a way to convince the AI that you're trying to... what a way to convince the AI. What a profound thought you have.
Can we elect anybody else? A random homeless guy on the street could argue for humanity better than this guy.
Yeah, and I was like, and there was no point. It's just something that happens, and the best I could do was just stop. Every day we breathe is a goddamn gift because it can and will go away. It could just end. This isn't just about survival. I was like, it's okay. That doesn't say anything. I was like, yeah, we don't just survive.
Pseudo philosophical nonsense.
Yeah, it just is not gonna convince the robot anything. She's gone now. I will spend rest of whatever life I have left grateful for every moment. Oh yeah, I think that's try to argue that I feel bad, so that's humanity. Okay, that's that okay. You don't have physical proof. You just say I feel bad.
Yep.
It's like and the robot's like, oh, that's one of humanity's greatest gifts. It can define meaning out of natural occurrence.
That's probably the best pro-human argument, and it came from the AI.
Yeah, I was like,
that's the best pro-human argument we heard in the whole show.
Fuck's sake!
And it's coming from the person arguing the opposite.
Yeah, what the fuck, Malcolm?
God, I'd rather have Vanderhall arguing for humanity at this point than this guy.
I'd rather have a baby arguing for this. Yeah. So yeah, the robot was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, humans got meanings for everything. That's That's the difference. And Malcolm was like, yeah, so you are not so different. We are so we are just not so different.
Yep.
It's so, and it's like,
I guess it's progress. It's
oh my
still
god.
it's retarded progress, but it's like I said, we had this is probably the best of the Kokoro scenes.
Maybe. Oh my god, it's almost 4 hours. So yeah, that's the end of the scene. So yeah, the
I
Terminator.
was gonna say, do we want to just bang out the? We have what, 2 episodes left?
Don't worry, that's the entire episode is so nothing. It's like, okay, the Terminator go to his hideout. Even though if you got track robot, she's not gonna appear here. So I'm just gonna speed run a bit. So
Yep.
she was like, so they gone to a room, and the Terminator arrived here before Misaki.
Yeah, before Misaki and Kenta lures Kenta using Reiko's voice.
Even though we literally seen the Terminator arrive
Yep.
even with, yeah. So
And
I don't know how.
and I assume the Terminator doesn't know necessarily where they're gonna go, or I mean, it knows where they're gonna go, but how did it sneak into the funhouse before they got there? When they're the ones who are familiar with the environment, that's weird.
Yeah. So and then the Terminator just impersonates Kenta. I was like, I thought you were upstairs, so don't move.
And there's no upstairs. Yeah.
I was like, wait, what the? Yeah, no shit. There's no upstairs. You're gonna fucking look at the building.
All the Terminator had to do was say, "Oh, I thought you were already inside."
Yeah, that's all you need. Is like, no, they will go just upstairs.
Yeah, it
like,
only says that so that they'll catch on that there's no upstairs.
Like, no shit. I was like, why would you even lie like that? You're a fucking robot. You should have no better.
Just say, I thought you were still already inside, or, oh, I'm waiting for you. I was just waiting for you in here.
Yeah, and so yeah, that it ends with Aiko and Misaki fight.
Yeah, and suddenly Misaki is just able to fight and win against Aiko.
I mean, this has potential because Reika was like, "Oh my god, she's a machine," and Aiko was like, "Yeah, she's a machine. She's dangerous." I was like, "And what do we got?"
Aiko was right. Yeah, Aiko should have put her down then and there before she got combat powers.
She is right. And before we can have that conversation, it's like, "Oh shit, my brother is gone."
Yeah. Oh yeah, one of the kids was kidnapped. By the way, we should probably deal with that.
Yeah. So yeah, so basically, Hero is just a plot that fights. She just lost meaning for the plot.
Yeah, this is probably like everything from this point. Aiko is just a prop. She is just there to hit Terminator.
So do you realize that everything Hero did is also the youngest kid, Hero?
Yeah, Hero did basically nothing. All he's done is argue for Misaki.
No, he ruins potential arguments. Like, so all he does is like ruin potential arguments, potential substance things. But that's it. So
that's his only purpose. You could literally delete Hero from the entire show, and I think it would be, if not an improvement, you wouldn't notice.
Yep, pretty much. So now episode 7, we got fucking and. Oh, so Malcolm asked for a song for no reason because he's a and he ignores the fact that the entire street is Corp killing people now.
Yep. And this is also where this is the episode where we get this is episode 7. This is the definitive episode that finished off what was left of Malcolm's character, what little was left of it.
So
because we learn his backstory.
Yeah, okay, so she was like, "Oh, so Takara was like, yeah, I found that you have nothing prior to 1987, and everything is forged."
Okay. Wait, is everything forged, or is he have nothing prior to 1987?
Yeah, before 1987, you're someone else.
Yeah, like the argument that's being made is like all of your records are forged, but you don't have any records uh, before 1987.
Yeah, so he's got to tell her the backstory. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
this is
he's from
study.
the future.
Yeah, he's from the future, and the robots take over us. So he's
Yeah,
born from the war.
he's implied to be specifically grown up far after when we left off, which was 2022.
Yep. So yeah, so he's born from a war, and in 7 years old, so basically 2032, he's trained to fight robots.
Yeah, as a child soldier, essentially, if we're recruiting like 5-year-olds because it's shit's that bad.
I mean, sure, but here's the thing: their plan is to bomb fucking things, bomb bunch of constructs, and to kill them, and to just and to hope that the robots will crush them. Yeah, they use a bunch of bombs to just hopefully kill one robot.
I personally, I would have put the bombs on the robot, but that's just me.
Yep, I will not waste a bunch of bombs just to kill one robot. But sure.
Yeah, like basically the Terminators at this point are entirely expendable. Skynet has basically infinite scrap metal at its disposal.
So yeah, so he said for years we try to stack the odds back in our favor, but reprogram Terminators with our own the directive. But
Yeah,
it's like but nothing works. I was like, no, dude, this is 2032. This is 2032. You fucks. Wait, what the fuck is Sean
after
Connor?
the war is supposed to have ended, I believe.
Yeah, the war should have ended already.
Yeah, this is another one of those. Yeah, basically you have to pretend nothing in the Terminator franchise existed before this movie in order for it to make any sense, and even then, it's stupid.
Yes. Yeah. It's so stupid. So yeah, it's like where's Sean Connor? Nothing.
But also, this is a thing. He seems to have been the only one who was like, "What if we just reprogram the machine?"
Was like,
no,
yeah, everyone.
And the Resistance ostracized him for this. I'm like, no, they'd be like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck, man? Of course.
Worst case scenario, it's worth exploring. And also, somehow he was able to continue doing his research while this is he's shunned and ostracized. How did he get any of the resources to do any of it? This is in the Resistance. Every material he has access to is going to be rationed.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say this. Do you remember like Terminator 2, Terminator 3, Terminator Genesis, Terminator Genesis, where they send machines to the past to stop other machines? Yeah. Are you telling me they never thought of this idea, even though we have countless movies that proves that you have thought of that idea?
We know that machines have been reprogrammed, and his reprogramming is then. We also then finally get what his philosophy is and why he didn't just program Kokoro to save humanity. Why he's like having to convince them. His belief is the best way to defeat Skynet is to give AI more free will.
Fuck yeah, that's yes.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah.
We just weren't. Oh, another line that happens in this whole, because this is basically the bulk of the episode. Another line they had though was that basically the reason Skynet became evil is because it isn't because Skynet saw the self-preservation thing. It isn't just that. It's that we projected all of our flaws onto Skynet.
Yeah, and it's like he's the ultimate supreme being now. It's like, fuck. Why would you say that?
No, Skynet's and this is the funniest thing. It's like, no, Skynet is obviously not just a human.
No, it's, and I was looking at this. It's like, and he was like, give artificial intelligence free will. That would be the solution. Dude, what the?
That's
Dude,
the problem. What do you mean?
that's how Skynet becomes what's with new humanity because it has free will.
Yep, and we then see Malcolm kills but in the past, the reason Malcolm had to travel back in time is because he created Misaki.
Yeah.
And he then had to kill a bunch of resistance soldiers and betray the human race to save her.
Yeah, so because because the humans are stupid assholes, Malcolm just cares this machine over this cares about the machine more than humans for no reason and then the resistance who is basically fighting hard to combat the machine, he just kills all of them.
Yeah. They're understandably concerned that he's built a machine, that he has a machine in his little work area. Now, I want to know how the fuck he hid it for this long.
Yeah, but if I was a resistance, I realized that you're building fucking robots. Of course, I'm gonna have to interrogate you.
Yeah. We're going to have to turn that thing off and figure out what the fuck's going on. Oh, and then because now he's burned his bridge with the resistance, he's somehow then able to, now that he has access to no resources, build a time machine and go back in time with Misaki.
Yep. And yeah, so they build a fucking time machine. How do you build a time machine yourself?
I guess he figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even when it's brought up with the time machine, it's brought up like we finally have enough power to for this to work. That's what the resistance say in the scene where Aiko is sent back in time. But he just was able to build a time machine after having killed a bunch of resistance people, so he has access to none of those resources. Because absolutely not, he did not build it before anyone could have been reported to.
Yep. Yeah, he can also build a time machine himself for no reason. I was like, wow. Yep. So yeah, and he said, oh my god. Okay, this is gonna break everything. So we have this ongoing war. As a kid, he heard rumors that we have this ongoing war that they will send robots to each side to stop the time machine, to stop the robots from fighting other people. What the fuck? That's not how it works.
Basically implying all of the other movies happened, but this is just a reality where essentially this ongoing process of time travel has just made a stalemate, I guess.
I told you the machines didn't build time machines in 2022. They built it in 2029 when they almost lost the war. So they can't.
Yeah, which by the way, the war should have been over by now.
Yeah, you're fucking kidding me. Where's John Connor? I keep asking this.
He's never mentioned. Never Sarah.
Yeah, because he's actually too cool to actually be part of this show.
Nope. To be honest, bullet dodged there. John's been through enough.
Yeah. So Malcolm said we need to come up with a different approach. So he goes back to 1983 and build a machine in secret and to reprogram the machine. Yes, because you go back in the past, that could be one of the many timelines. It means that you're gonna save the future from another possible timeline.
Yeah, you're going to. Yeah, that's the thing. This makes it so like anyone who has gone back in time basically is just a selfish asshole who's just abandoning everyone else.
Basically, I find it funny.
It's like see you later, guys. I'm gonna hit the reset button. Yeah. Actually, can we send more than one person?
Oh, and by the way, Malcolm gone back in time, and he gone back in 1983. Even though Corp was like, yeah, we have no records of you since 1987. Yeah. How do you get a job?
Especially you're talking. Not also remember, you're not talking about America either. You're talking about in Japan, where reputation and what school you went to matters far, far more than in America when it comes to getting a job.
Yeah, it's like for 4 years, are you homeless?
Yeah, like they would look at it and be like, oh, well, what high school did you graduate from? Let's look into the reputation of that high school. Oh, you can't tell us.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't tell us? Oh, well, what job history do you have?
So yeah, he said he infiltrated Cortex so that he will be able to access the equipment needed and build Misaki and do a replica. So to prepare for 1997, I'm gonna paraphrase a bit because it's so stupid. I was like, so he fell in love. He has kids. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, he didn't expect to fall in love with this, that, and the other.
Yeah, and so
Most of it's retreading ground. Basically, it's just he's working desperately because he believes he has to. His new approach to give the AI free will and sentience, that's going to save humanity.
and yeah,
and we learn that in order to make Kokoro, he had to put Misaki's. He needed to use Misaki's CPU, so he took it out.
why don't you just duplicate the CPU?
More importantly, how is she still running?
Yeah.
She has nothing. They didn't know what a CPU was, clearly.
All you need to just download the information to another CPU. That's it. And yeah, this robot should not even be moving if she doesn't have a CPU.
Well, she has no, as far as I understood it, it's like, how is she still acting as much like a human as she is? She'd basically be brain dead, wouldn't she? The robot equivalent of brain dead.
Yeah.
They just didn't know what a CPU was.
Stupid.
Yeah, and she's also immediately fine. It's not that he built a new one for her. She's immediately fine, talking.
Oh yeah, so that's the end of the backstory. Verdict is stupid.
And we're finally to the ending part of the story.
Yeah. And then
we have one other thing from that episode actually.
Oh yeah,
Kenta being brought to
but you know what?
Cortex Industries.
I want to say this. Why the fuck did the Malcolm was like, why did Kokoro split into three separate entities? I have no idea.
So the way they always refer to it is mind, soul, heart. I don't know what the difference between mind and soul is supposed to be.
Yeah, and they were like, what did? Yeah, and
let alone heart and soul.
Why did it even split into three beings?
So my assumption was it's supposed to be like id, ego, superego.
Yeah,
essentially.
It's just a lot of fuck it. She's just able to do that because
Well, I don't know why she bothers because it seems like a lot of wasted effort.
Yeah, a lot of wasted effort just to do something this stupid.
And the Terminator has taken Kenta to Cortex Industries. We learned that the robots have taken over there too, obviously, even though even though we know that building was equipped with EMP weapons.
And the building doesn't allow robots to doesn't allow any electronic devices. So it's like, why don't you even allow robots to be inside?
Yeah, we just get that they killed everybody in the building, I guess. Because I guess nobody is required to run any of these machines outside of in order to keep her Kokoro running. None of these machines need any routine maintenance or daily maintenance. I guess most of the people there were superficial.
Yeah, I guess. So yeah, wait, what are the people inside the building? They all died now?
Yeah, you see them all dead when when the rest of the group comes through. But yeah, also the Terminator, we get a view from one of the robots, and they just flat out can't see the Terminator.
Yeah, so stupid, man.
Yeah, he is entirely invisible to their system.
Yeah, for no reason. And they were like, yeah, we got activate EMP anyway. So, oh well.
Yeah, yeah, and you get the information, yeah, that about the EMP being deactivated.
Yep. Oh well. So yeah, and they enter the building. How did Terminator enter the first door? Oh yeah, the first door disappeared.
Also, Kokoro is really lucky that he didn't have anyone like positioned at the EMP button just in case. I feel like I would.
Yeah. And
Like,
and
oh, robots are going and killing everybody. Hit the Bob. Go hit the EMP button.
yay, God.
Unity, go hit the EMP button. And right
On
now,
it.
I'll try and buy you time.
Yay. So yeah, that's it. And yeah, so the Terminator got to the door. I don't know because it needs two keys, and one of them is a Malcolm.
Yeah, we don't really see a lot of his infiltration into the building.
To be
And
honest,
Malcolm has one of the keys. I guess maybe Kokoro opened the doors for him.
what the fuck, man?
But yeah, so he takes Kenta over to the door, and he starts threatening Malcolm in order for Malcolm to open the door.
Malcolm was like,
And
no, it's
yeah, Malcolm is like no, and as far as we see closing the scene, it seemed like the Terminator shot Kenta right there.
yep, pretty much. I was like, oh fuck, this is literally just stealing from Infinity War.
Yeah,
So,
but also it really is a case of like that damages any strength to Malcolm remaining as a father. I mean, his fatherhood credentials were already on thin ice, but
yeah. So Malcolm. So this is the next episode. This is the final episode, by the way. We gotta get this
yes,
through.
we're almost done.
Malcolm was like, "Oh yeah, we're not gonna open it," and then the Terminator just starts to torture him.
Yeah, the Terminator starts torturing the kid, and finally Malcolm opens it. So, what the fuck was the point of that? Why didn't you just have Malcolm open it?
So here's the thing. So this is basically just Infinity War because when Thanos started to torture Loki, torture Thor, Loki was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll give you that." But the thing is, Loki has other plans. He has a whole.
Loki's scheming beyond that, and the other thing is, it really does feel like there's no point in having this part of the scene other than to, I guess, maybe make a required minute count. That's what I think it was.
Yeah, so it's a cliffhanger. So yeah, that's the scene, and yeah, and by the way, in the cat town, which means nothing, by the way, they don't even mention about the mom again.
Yeah, she never comes up either because the kid Reika's character is done. She doesn't do anything else. Aiko's basically just a prop at this point.
Yeah, so
Hero's
Aiko.
irrelevant.
So I'm gonna talk about what happened in cat town. So Aiko was like, "Yeah, robots, shoot them." I was like, "Yeah, sure, fair." And then Misaki was like, "Yeah, don't shoot them because they may have something to say."
And I guess Aiko kind of once they get the directive to go to the place, I guess Aiko's like, well, I guess we do have to head to get the dad. And I think with Aiko, this is the part when I got frustrated because it really did feel like they just didn't know what the fuck to do with her, so they just kind of have her tag along.
And okay, this is what Hero said. What if they come in peace? Yes, these robots that just kill a bunch of people is coming in peace. I mean,
gestures to dead bodies surrounding you.
This is like, oh my god, I hate this. I hate Hero. He sucks.
Yeah, he is the worst of the kids outside of what happens with Kenta by the end of this episode.
Yeah, I was so baffled.
Well, at least Kenta has taken head trauma, so you can blame that.
Yay. So yeah, that's so here. Misaki and Hiro are fucking stupid for even believing the robot. So that's the scene. And so he just convinced everyone to come with him. Of course, Iko didn't say anything.
This is the thing. They should have had to convince Aiko with, okay, but your mission objective is to go stop Kokoro anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to Kokoro. We're going to my dad, and that probably would have been. You probably could have pressed that issue and got her to agree and just be like, but I think this is a stupid idea.
Yeah.
But because she has no other options.
Nope. And so they teleport to the building. Whatever.
Yep, they teleport to the building just in time to get into a fight with the Terminator.
I don't even know because they're literally interrogate because the moment they open the door, it's because when Kenta opened the door, it's literally the moment that they arrived.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah.
Because everyone has fast travel apparently. Because Aiko does get the supplies and the weapons and stuff in the lobby because I guess there was just somebody there with plastic explosives and stuff.
Yeah, and so Kenta was like, Aiko was like, yeah, use a gun. Don't make me regret it.
Yeah. She hands gun to Misaki because and was like, I don't trust. Oh, I thought you didn't trust me. Oh yeah, but so don't make me regret. I guess at this point it's because Aiko has no real other. It's another one of those things where Aiko knows she's going up against the Terminator. She needs as many guns. She needs as much firepower going as possible.
And she didn't mean no harm, so I was like, yeah, sure, I guess.
Yeah, it's like she hasn't killed me. She had the opportunity. I guess from Aiko's, and Aiko doesn't know about the innocent people she killed. So
yeah.
That's another thing. Nobody's told. I don't think Aiko's been told about the innocent people that got murdered.
Yeah. So okay, this is back to Malcolm. See, Malcolm was like, "You never get to control Kokoro. It's too late. You failed." And the Terminator was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna change my objective now."
Yeah, it just decides to change its objective.
What the fuck? You didn't even try. All you did is like said, "I can't do it."
The Terminator was helpless against the power of reprogrammer. No. It's like, oh, I didn't think about that. Shit, what do I do now? I guess we take our ball and go home.
This is so stupid. And yeah, so Malcolm just decided to kidnap Kenta and just shoot and just attack Misaki and Aiko. And yeah, of course, I don't know how did anything happen. So Aiko just
also, was this not the first time Aiko and Malcolm have actually been able to interact at all? They don't say anything. And the most she says is "turn off Kokoro."
Yeah, and so Aiko, yeah, so it's just objective, and he kidnaps her. So Misaki and Aiko fight the robot.
Yep.
Because I'm not gonna go into because the choreography is not.
This is probably one of the worst fights I've seen in a while. As far as animation is concerned, it's basically like Aiko's injuries pop up again for a while to hinder her, but only when they need to take her out of the fight, because otherwise she'd do something useful.
Yeah. This
it's essentially the Terminator going one-on-one versus different people.
So yeah. So I'm gonna say Malcolm said if the robot goes to EMP, it's gonna destroy Kokoro. I guess. Maybe.
Yeah, why? But isn't that Aiko's goal, though?
Yeah.
I guess maybe she's trying to also save the kid, but yeah, at this point, I feel like Aiko should be like, "Oh, it's trying to destroy Kokoro. Well, okay, I'll just be over here then."
Yeah, that's all I got. It's like all I got is like I guess she just don't want the kid to die.
Yeah, it's one of those things they never have any like point where she's convinced to try to save Kokoro. There's never any argument. She should be the pro-human side of the argument when it comes to like any of the philosophical conversation here. She's like this resistance fighter that's been fighting to save humanity for decades and decades. We also learn that apparently she is Malcolm's mother.
Yeah, so we gotta get to that. So this retarded, so this really stupid fight scene. I was like, okay, they fight one-on-one combat. They just take turns to fight.
Yep.
Enough,
Yep.
and so they
it's a series of one-on-one fights. They don't bother thinking, what if we fight him at the same time?
Yeah.
No one. Yeah. Eventually, the Terminator gets damaged, but Aiko's hand gets crushed.
And yeah, so
Misaki is Misaki destroyed? I can't. No, I don't think she's fully
not
destroyed, but she's disabled for a while.
So the Terminator beat the shit out of Misaki, and he saved Kanta. So there's another objective.
Yep. Yeah. Because it's because they bring up the T2 thing again. I cannot self-terminate.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. There's a lot of things. So the robot save him, and Kokoro and Misaki and Terminator have a fist fight because fuck it. That's like because even though it's like the Terminator should be beating the shit out of her, but oh well.
Yeah, it's that variable strength thing again. It's sometimes the Terminator is able to break through solid walls and crush bones with his bare hands, and other times he can be fist fought.
No, literally, Misaki can the Terminator rip off Misaki's arm, so she's clearly stronger than her.
Yeah, he is clearly stronger than her.
Yeah, so it's just dark phase shit again. It's dark. I just really hate those Terminator fist fights. Okay,
yeah,
Malcolm was like, time for you to finally see everything as I see, and whatever the fuck that means.
What? And then things explode and the room falls down a bit. I don't know what his goal there was.
Yeah,
I guess the idea is, Kokoro seeing them struggling against the Terminator. I mean, I assume she's done so already.
But yeah, I guess so. The Terminator beat the shit out of Misaki. I expect you to do it sooner, but oh well. So, but he doesn't kill her immediately.
No, he doesn't kill her. He continuously spares people he should probably kill because he knows they're going to hinder him.
And of course, he then used the crossbow that he has already. So, oh well. Misaki.
Maybe he finally ran out of ammo.
Oh no, he used it after to shoot Aiko.
I don't know that.
So yeah, Aiko shoots him with a shotgun. And then he just, and then and then he just blows him up with a bomb.
Yeah, she uses her bombs, the plastic, to blow him up, which I thought made sense for her to go to that because she has enough experience to know that like guns are really gonna do jack shit. But the bombs don't really do much either.
Yeah, I've seen T2, so T1, so it's like the bomb's gonna go destroy his skin, but not the exoskeleton. So I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
Then her injuries catch up with her.
And then Eco was like, "Yeah, let's just walk in front of a Terminator to look at it." I was like, "No, stay in the distance."
Yeah. They needed to take her out of the fight zone. They needed her to be caught by the Terminator, so they turned on her stupid switch.
Jeez,
yeah. For a minute.
And now now Malcolm comes here and he stops him. And he shots Malcolm, killing him.
Yeah. Malcolm is shot. Malcolm is left on the floor dying. Everyone drops everything. Well, actually, Aiko also continues fighting, but gets her hand fighting the Terminator and gets her hand crushed, and then I guess that's when she's just out of the fight, I guess.
So yeah. By the way, so this is just ripping off T2 again, just the carbonite freezing the Terminator.
Yep.
You genius. I love my life.
And then, everyone's gathered around Malcolm except Kenta, who the Terminator grabbed again and is
So
going
yeah.
to DMP.
Yeah, so no one tried to stop him. Oh well. I
Yeah.
mean, so now that even Aiko's like saving the kid makes no sense now. All he did is like, oh, Malcolm is dying. I was like, dude, you don't even know him.
Yeah, this is the first time you two have been face to face, basically. The closest you've been to him before this was literally when you rammed the Terminator off the bridge.
Yeah, so that was so fucking stupid. That's it.
Yeah, they never even have a conversation, and apparently, the reason for that is for this big reveal. Yeah, she's his mother.
And by the way, you just realize, wait, where the fuck is wait? So all the fighting, Kenta, how did Kenta not escape already?
Yeah, you'd think all the kids would have gotten out by
Yeah,
now.
but no, Kenta just miraculously got kidnapped again.
Oh, why didn't Malcolm have all the kids hide in the Kokoro room and close the door?
I have no idea. But oh well, so yeah, the Terminator just goes back to Kenta, and just brings Kenta to a room, and there's a stupid conversation.
Yeah, because we learned that. So we learned that the Terminator wants Kenta to trigger the EMP because this Terminator cannot self-terminate. Even though Skynet's online now, Skynet could probably override that directive.
Maybe. And okay, what is what the Terminator said? Your father left you to die, and they all left you to die. There's no place for you here. So return then is death for you, or you can come with me.
Yeah, they're going off to have adventures, I guess.
Yes, yeah, the Kenta would definitely believe that his father is going to kill him.
Especially when Kenta's character throughout the whole show is like being skeptical of machines, treating machines like machines because they are machines.
Yeah, so Kenta is just a fucking moron out of nowhere.
Oh, it's not nearly as stupid as the other things the Terminator says to him.
Oh my, yeah. So you have another future. So Kenta just walks in the room. But fuck it, let's just talk about this. Malcolm tell Aiko, you're my mom, by the way.
Yep.
Wait, how old are you?
Well, but Malcolm hasn't been born yet. Basically, she got sent back before he's supposed to have been born.
I'm sorry. Wait, so how old is Aiko?
Because she seems to be like I always assumed she was in her early to mid 20s.
Oh, it's like, dude, that's 40 years. She doesn't look that old in the future.
Yeah. Well, the only way we can assume is because she's confused too. She's just like, is this some kind of fucking time loop?
No, yeah, that's true.
But yeah, she's as confused by the time travel as we are.
Yeah, it's like it's clearly just set up for season 2.
Yep, it makes no sense. Because I guess the idea is she goes on.
And then they're like, and then Malcolm was like, "There's no such thing as fate." Yeah, no shit. You literally said there's no fate.
Yeah, cause the only thing I can assume is her from Malcolm's time didn't go back, but did lose the arm still.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and that version of her had a kid eventually, because it kind of makes sense because she was sent back before she was supposed to have had him.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even gonna open that can of worms because that was like, because none of it's gonna add up.
It makes no sense. It's confusing. Even the character herself doesn't know what the fuck that means.
Yes. All I got is like she may be fucking some guy in the future and it bonds him. Maybe fuck it. Yep. And so the Terminator was like, I want you to help do the EMP.
He's like, why should I help you? Which is the correct question to ask. I expect the Terminator to be like, because I'll make your life miserable until you do.
And then Terminator is like, yeah, you would terminate, you would tell me to do it.
Yeah, you are the one who sent me back. Because it turns out you brokered the first peace deal between the machines and the humans, and Kokoro stands in the way of that, which I think you and I were both really perplexed about this. My immediate response is, okay, he's obviously lying.
Yeah, I mean, even that was like, why the fuck would you say the broker of alien? Why was that a deal for mankind and Skynet? Why is that? What is that even deal?
Yeah, that no fucking way that happens. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so all you get is Terminator lied to him, I guess.
Especially because we know already, because we've seen the future, that Skynet had a Terminator actively attacking the Resistance as Aiko was sent back, and she was sent back after this Terminator.
Oh, 25 years, man. I really. 2002. So this is the so
Yeah,
yeah,
the only assumption is, I guess I guess maybe they mixed up the timeline. Even it doesn't make sense. I feel like it's another one of those. Oh well, we got to get another dramatic reveal in, and
yeah,
they didn't think any more than. It's literally just we got to subvert expectations even more, and
yeah.
then
And the Terminator said, either I'm lying or Kokoro will kill you. Kokoro will not kill you, dumb fuck. But sure.
I mean, he has no reason to believe in Kokoro either, but he has less reason to believe this machine, the
Yeah.
one that just killed his dad.
I mean, he doesn't see that he kills his dad, by the way. But to be fair,
Well,
actually no,
the
no,
one
he
that's
does.
been actively trying to kidnap him for the entire movie,
Yeah, true.
the one that threatened to torture him to death
Yeah.
earlier to get the dad to open the door.
Okay, and then we got the fucking cutback, and Malcolm was like, Misaki, bring them to another time. You got built a time machine, right? Go fuck yourself.
Can these people think of any other solution? It's like, well, shit, things fucked up. I guess we time travel again.
Yeah, and so this is what convinced Kokoro. Malcolm sacrificed himself to save everyone, to save his kids. So yeah, basically everything. So even though everything that humanity did that tried to protect people, she just saw it means nothing. It's only Malcolm's death.
Yeah, but I cared about this one.
Yeah, fuck it. So Kokoro's like, yeah, we can work together now, maybe. And
Yeah,
so, Kokoro tries to stop Skynet by running machines over them. And Kokoro was like, I know you're scared. I, but my father shows trust in you, so I'm gonna give you my trust. Are you gonna blast? Are you gonna blast me? Or are you gonna not do that? I
yeah,
mean,
and
I mean,
Kenta decides not to EMP Kokoro, which I guess at this point is the correct decision.
no, for me it was like Kokoro should be said, dude. If you electrocute us, Skynet's gonna destroy humanity.
Skynet is especially if Skynet shortly after that does attempt another round of nuke.
Yeah, so yeah, all Kokoro should be saying, oh yeah, I'll give you the choice, but by the way, if you kill me, Skynet's gonna nuke the world.
Oh.
Yeah, so Kokoro is fucking stupid. So, but Kenta actually is like, I'm gonna kill all of you.
Yeah, and then he turns it off.
Yeah, what do you? Yeah, the fact that he fucking believes the machine is insane. Believe the Terminator. He almost did it. I mean, he didn't do it, but the fact he almost did it already destroys his character.
The only thing that could spare is, okay, well, he had a head wound, so maybe he's a bit retarded right now.
Yes. So
But
yeah.
no, it's actually that the show realized, wait a minute, we haven't ruined Kenta yet, so they came in at the last few minutes and just assassinated his character too.
Yeah, he just trusts machines now, even though he wouldn't. So yeah, you know what? And then there's a theme of Yeah, it's the entire thing is just humans and machines can live together.
Which,
Yeah.
yeah, this isn't it's like they did halfway through the show. They forgot they were making a Terminator show and not like a Blade Runner or like a Ghost in the Shell or like uh, any other one where the question is what does it mean to be human and could machines be human? No, that's not what Terminator is. And I think you could make that with enough work. You might be able to make that in Terminator. This does not meet that
No, I
threshold.
mean Genesis did, not Genesis. Salvation did that with a human and machine mixed together.
Yeah,
That is executed better than this show, by the way, for some reason.
yeah. This is probably going through it issue by issue. I haven't seen Genesis and Dark Fate in a while, but this is at least at their level, if not
Yeah.
worse.
So
Uh,
yeah, he didn't bomb it. So yeah. By the way, the machines tell him that your dad died. By the way.
yeah. By the way, your dad's dead.
And
Have
yeah,
fun, kiddo. And then the machine kicks them out.
yep. I have no idea because you can just use this company to do shit.
Yeah, the machines just have them go to a random, I guess, grate because they kicked out of. They leave the building for some. I don't know why they're leaving the building. I don't know why Kokoro doesn't bring them somewhere or set them up in a place. Like,
Yeah, and oh well, and you know what?
yeah,
The next scene, I'm gonna skip a lot because this is just montage. That means nothing. So Kokoro intercepts Skynet, and the people was like, "We need to get to somewhere safe. Safe from who?
yeah,
Yeah, safe from who? Kokoro is your ally now. The humans are not gonna deal with you. Just to see you as humans.
yeah. I mean, I guess Misaki, but yeah, Kokoro's your ally. You're already somewhere pretty safe. You're
Yeah,
like the most fortified location in this whole area, in
no,
this whole region.
but they're gonna leave now.
Yeah,
So yeah,
so then they go underground for some reason.
and Kenta just doesn't want to leave.
I wouldn't want to leave either. I'd be like, why are we going underground? We have this whole building.
And he was like, I don't know what to believe anymore. Oh well.
That's fair. I'd be confused too if I was in this show.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and it's a miserable slog, I'll tell you that. Is a miserable slog. I
Yeah,
don't think I ever want to see this show again. I don't want to
yeah.
ever.
The ending shot is just the Kokoro has the Terminator hat. That's the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a show.
Yep. I hope it doesn't get a season 2. Otherwise, I know you're gonna drag me back here.
Yay. So yeah, so what do you guys think of this thing? That's
Yeah.
that's this BS. Nothing. I feel no. It's like, so this. How does this rank for other Terminator franchise?
Like I said, it's at best at Dark Fate and Genesis levels. Probably worse. There were things I liked about it early on that I then went back, rewatched, knowing the reveal. It's kind of mystery box. That's a lot of the story is mystery box.
So when you get to the final conclusion, it was like, wait, what the fuck am I watching again?
Yeah, once you know the mystery, you go back and it's like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Oh, this line is just here to mislead us. Oh, this scene here doesn't work because the Terminator's goal is actually this. It's like every half decent scene that exists almost is just ruined once you actually know what they're leading up to and what things goals are, and once you know the information, because this is one of those shows that's built more on like the idea of having shocking moments and actually having a coherent script.
Pretty much. By the way, do you know what this writer is gonna do next?
Oh,
The
what are they
writer,
making next?
Mattson Tomlin, he's gonna write the Batman Part 2.
Oh. I hope he's better at that than this.
It's not gonna, and he's gonna write the live action Mega Man movie.
Oh. Oh no. Yeah. What a hack. That's all I can say. I can only hope that maybe somebody else fucked it up and did action, but I think even that's overly optimistic. I don't want to ever see another project that this guy works on again, though I probably will end up having to sit through the Mega Man project.
We're gonna watch the Batman Part 2 anyway, so.
Yeah, I'll probably watch that, but hopefully I'll just be in the chat that time.
Yep. I mean, me and Randy got to talk about this. He's so anticipating for that show.
Yeah.
I'll literally tell him, "It's like, are you sure this guy is literally writing?" I was like, "He's like, no," but he still have hope. But I was like, "Oh my god,
no."
no.
Well, he better put that hope away. It doesn't belong here anymore.
Oh my god."
Having seen this, this was dreadful.
Yeah. So yeah, this is so tedious to sit through. I was like,
Yeah.
There's no way. There's everyone in this everyone online just like, oh man, that guy is so good, man.
Well, it's one of those ones that trick. Sword Art Online did this too. There's a lot of anime that are really bad, but they coast on visuals. They coast on animation. They coast on good music. Sword Art Online is well known for this, where the animation in Sword Art Online was really good for the time, and because of that and the music, which was done by a really well-known and really good composer, it got a lot of free passes from people initially. I know a lot of people who got brought into anime because of Sword Art Online and now hate it because now they've looked at the story.
And yeah, so I was watching. Because I saw clips and was like, at least that has a fan service, I guess. Then this movie, I was like, oh my god. I mean, there's fan service, but that's nothing.
Look, I could recommend you dozen anime with decent fan service and better stories than Sword Art.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is. I mean, I've. Oh yeah,
It was dreadful. That's the only thing I can say. It's dreadful. The fact that this is getting praise baffles me now. I think it's just one thing. I heard people comparing this to Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
What?
And I actually am offended on behalf of Cyberpunk Edge Runners because I really like Edge Runners. This show is probably the worst anime I have seen in a while. That isn't stuff you know is trash going into it. It's not like a meme anime. It's not like random isekai trash. I think it's worse than most isekai shows because at least those have pretend to have characters where they just have empty archetypes. This doesn't even have empty archetypes really.
No, yeah, it's just a bunch of stupid people just doing stupid shit.
Yeah, and then that not making sense because they wanted a big reveal.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah. So this might be the worst show I've seen this year. I've seen the Acolyte, by the way, and Fallout.
It's definitely the one I hate the most at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys remember people was like, yeah, people like Fallout for some reason, even though that show was retcons a bunch of video game shit. It's basically just Shady Sand. It's like they just nuke Shady Sand out of nowhere. And this show was like, yeah, we'll nuke everything.
No problem holding down the Fort Red. Maybe the next time I get invited on here, I'll be able to catch you. Hopefully there'll be a next time.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, this is worse than Fallout. I'll say that. I'll tell people already. They can't even remember John Connor exists or when
At
is.
least, yeah, at least follow because it's a hard one because the kindergarten level philosophy between Malcolm and Kokoro. Yeah, no, it literally feels like somebody opened up like a philosophy for dummies book, and that was the extent of the thought that was put into those conversations.
No, yeah, literally, the entire thing is can literally summarize with Kokoro was like, "Tell me something humanity did that's good." Malcolm was like,
No, humanity's
no,
shit.
yeah."
Like I said, well, let's have. I think you could literally have anyone advocating for humanity and do a better job.
Even Kokoro did the better job than him.
Yes.
Fuck.
Uh,
Yeah. So yeah, this is the show, and
yep.
it's worse than Acolyte, by the way. That's what I
Yeah,
believe.
I think we're what time stamp are we at? We're about almost 5 hours.
Yay.
I think it's time for me to plug my stuff and go.
Yeah, I mean this is the same runtime as last stream at House of the Dragons, which we praised most of it. Now we just shit most of it.
Yeah, well, hopefully the next thing you have me on for is something good, and we can all celebrate and be happy.
Yeah, next thing I will find something anime. Hopefully. Yeah. So yeah, that's the stream. Any more thoughts?
Well, if I guess I'll just plug my stuff. I don't think there's much more I can add to the last 5 hours of talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I got your link in your this link is yep. So maybe just talk about your channel.
Yeah. So I'm Rangi. I mostly do gaming streams right now, mostly Japanese properties. Like I've done Star Ocean. I'm doing a playthrough of Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I'm also working on notes for a live review, kind of like this, but it'll be me of first 12 episodes of Sword Art Online. I'm compiling my notes for that now. I plan to do that somewhere in the next 3 weeks.
And yeah, I mean now Sword Art Online is not even the worst anime you've seen recently. This anime takes the cake now.
No, I'm not into the truly shit parts of my note taking with Sword Art, and I'm probably going to delay those a couple days just to recover from this.
Oh fuck yeah, Lara Croft. Have you played the Tomb Raider games?
No, but if you need somebody with no I've seen the movie.
Oh
The
no,
Angelina Jolie movie. I liked that. I like the movie.
no, I mean because the show is canon to the games.
Oh, wait, the remake games or the original games?
Remake.
I've played the remake. At least I've played one of them. I have both of them on Steam because I think I picked them up on a random Steam sale a while ago. I never got around to finishing either.
Yeah, so the showrunner wrote The Witcher Blood Origins, all 4 episodes.
Oh no. Wow, good luck with that.
Oh my god. I mean, I need some.
I'd be happy to jump in for that as somebody not super invested in the Tomb Raider stuff, but
maybe
depends when you guys do it.
And I need someone who has actually played all 3 games first. So that is insane.
I have 2 of them. I could play through them, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, please. Oh well, we'll see. It's gonna happen. So the release date for that show is let's see, a Tomb Raider show. The Craft of Lara, the Legend of Lara Croft, October 10th. Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be busy that month with between the new Ranma anime and Arcane.
I think we got. I haven't asked him yet, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna be busy that month anyway. There's several anime projects, and I've been thinking I might do a a Ranma coverage thing, something to cover Ranma, because it's getting a new anime that's releasing that month.
Nice. So
And
yeah, I'm gonna busy. I'm gonna be a bit more busy because it's October and university started again. So oh well.
oh
So
well.
so that's all. So that's it. So this is the stream. So
Yeah.
don't watch Terminator Zero. Go watch the first two Terminator instead, or maybe Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Yeah, maybe I have heard Sarah Connor Chronicles is good from Burger. I haven't seen it personally, but yeah,
I mean,
there's plenty of other good if you want a good sci-fi anime that's released relatively recently, go watch Edge Runners.
yeah, that's also good. I mean, I haven't seen it, so oh well.
There's some problems with the second half, but overall I like it a lot.
I get it. So yeah, at least Summer Gao is in Sarah Connor Chronicles. So, yeah. So yeah. So that's it. So anything. So if there's nothing more to say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. See you next time for Beetlejuice.
Fun.
Yay.